I hope that works. It's can't gonna be hard for me to tell, but I don't know. If someone shows up, then I don't know. But until then, we're just we'll just keep going with my initial plan. So gonna play a bit of a test for my Switch capture device and such to see if everything works accordingly. So let's go ahead and do just that. What better way to test it out than with something I've been doing on my Switch that I should do every now and then, just so I keep track of everything. All right, let's go ahead and hit live. Now it should pop up on screen. There we go. There it is. Hopefully the audio's good. Screen looks good. Let me just check my side of things to make sure that's the case, because last time apparently my screen was messed up, so I just want to check. All right. Seems like everything looks good, so uh, do it. Hopefully everything isn't too loud or the volume is just right for you guys. Hopefully my stuff doesn't unplug because I've had complications already. And I don't want that to happen again. Might be a bit loud, so slow that down a bit for you guys. And for me too, because that was loud for me. Hmm. It's hard for me to tell if everything sounds right for me because, like, I don't have a second means of doing that outside of my phone, and I don't want to take off my entire set just so I can inspect that really quick because I don't technically have a mic for my phone either. Alright, fine, I'll do it. Let me just check. Seems like the games are more or less inconsistent with volume, so I always have to make sure one of them is the case. Oh, that one guy made it to 23,000. Congrats for him. Right. Everything seems to sound okay, at least on my end. Check my stream on a separate system, and yep, everything's good. So, to give a bit of a rundown, endless mode is a thing. Go through a bunch of floors, occasionally run into spooky specimens that want to get me. Work your way up the rankings, and you'll be there. There are different rankings from my understanding. Steam is one that I could have done, but that one is kind of broken, so I don't want to even think about it. This is more of a legitimate thing than the other, so that's why I'm trying on Switch. As you can see, I've been placed number 17 on the list because that's as far as I made it in my last run before I died horribly. It's pretty stupid death too, but I don't want to talk about it. For now I'm just trying to get back up there, so let's go ahead and depending on how things go, I could go for like 30 minutes at most for this. I might just do 200 floors because when things get crazy, it gets crazy, and it puts me off of wanting to play the resident for a bit because then I have to deal with more of that, and I don't want to put that on my psyche. Wait. I have no idea why this stream looks weird. It could. Oh, I probably have Rift. Oh no, I got Rift. Of course I do. Stream side of things. It's like it's running at low. The, the capture card should be running at 60 frames. So it's a game, so like. Because I'm streaming off of it. For me, this game is weird. It might be like normal. Let me check something. Okay. One, I've entered this movie Ghost Match and how long I'll be here. These notes are interesting because a lot of these are stuff you only see in endless mode, and the further you get into the game, the more notes you can read. So it's like a case of discovering something a bit not entirely meant to be taken seriously. I think it's interesting that they even thought. Room layout is very scene because it could be one of two paths you can take, and you won't know which one it is until you get closer to it. I'll say, game makes me a bit uneasy doing the endless mode, and it's only because the moment that something happens, I really do have to lock in, try my best not to get killed, which is easier said than done. I won't lie though, it is kind of, I'm a bit impressed that I was even able to get this far with the skills I have. Oh, here we go. The novelty of the Switch, that due to its lower loading times than the likes of something like Switch 2, I assume, is that it takes a while for the monster to load in. So once that initial darkness just sits there for a bit, that's how I know someone's about to get me. It's great. Kills the anticipation of having to get surprised by their presence. Ringu's easy to deal with, just Keep a relative pace. Be fine. That's it. A lot of specimens can be problematic as you get. Another one. Who is it? Oh, it's you. I hate you so much. Gosh. Another one? Who is it? Who is it? Can't tell. Okay, someone is here. Someone else is here. Whoever it is, it could be bad news or good news. No music is playing. Oh, wait. I know who it is. There's no one here. This could be so bad. Why did I have to get her? Why did I have to get her? Hang on, someone is adding me. It's something. Let me check. What is it? Who's bothering me? Okay, it's something. Oh, I hate this so much. I hate it. Your pace, too fast. This guy, Parasite's got a bad case of sticking around way longer than he should. Now I have to deal with an even bigger threat. No, I don't want to read that. No. Well, the thing with Parasite is that if you go too far from him, he will go into mad speed mode and will try to catch up to you. His movement speed at that point is around the same speed as your running speed, so you're gonna get caught the moment you lose stamina. Okay, it's not here. As long as you as long as you keep a relative distance with Parasite, then you'll be fine. But problem is that he is one of the worst specimens to encounter when dealing with other specimens, because he and someone else is just sort of paradoxical to the initial idea of what you're dealing with in this game. So dealing with him and anyone else is a pain in the ass. And I won't lie, I'm just kind of impressed that I was even able to get this far with him on my tail. This is Lisa. I think her name is Lisa. Lisa is another really bad one because she locks you in a perpetual state of going through rooms, and you have to keep an eye on her at all times, because if you try to deviate from that by not looking at her, right now she initially moves really slowly. If I were to look away, like, yeah, she moves fast. So you just wait for somebody else. So I kind of hate that bio. I hate my trip so much. Someone else is here. It's you. Get out of here. As long as you keep an eye on Lisa and just keep your relative distance, then you should be fine. It's gonna be hard for me to get him with Lisa being in the way. I got him. Wait a bit. there's Hangman. As long as you, I don't know, try to do that. As long as you keep do the same thing with Lisa. Just try to keep an eye on him. You get rid of him early on. That's great by hitting him, but like, problem is that trying to hit him with anything else in the way, it's not easy. And Lisa is kind of a giant pain in the ass to deal with that particular thing with. So, ow. Oh yeah, and you can cut corners like that too. Every hit you do takes away one room from the max rooms he has been given in this game, so you can hit him as early as possible each time, then he will eventually disappear a lot faster than what he normally would. And you know, like, yeah, ow. Oh, no. He'll disappear a lot faster and you'll be good to go, but easier said than done when Lisa's here being a pain in the ass. Door? No door. Okay, he's gone. Alright. Yeah, as you can see, my room counter hasn't changed since she was here. So at 3,553. It's gonna be like that until she decides to leave, which could take a long while. Can't just quit partway through because then the game considers it a defeat. So then I'll just lose my entire progress at that point. I have to commit all the way to the next 100 floors, in this case being 3,600. Lisa being here just prolongs that case. And a roll of 28 or so spreads means you do not want to deal with Lisa and a few others, which I'm hoping we won't see in this stream, but I cannot say for certain that we won't. Okay, good, she's gone. We can progress. Ryan. Someone else? Oh! Centipede. Or Centurion. Unlike a lot of the specimens, Centurion can be backed off while hitting him with the axe. So if he gets too close, don't be afraid to do that sort of thing to him. Like that. He has one gimmick though where he'll sometimes come out of the holes in the ceiling, so the way you do it is that it'll always be the first hole you go under. So as long as you know that he's gonna come out of that hole, then you can just time your opportunity to run. Otherwise he'll just bang through the door. Someone else? Oh, no. This is terrible. I forget the name of this girl. Just try to keep a distance and remove the obstacles she placed in front. That's about it. She can go through walls, so keep that in mind. Doesn't last too long, thankfully, but it is still a bit nerve-wracking because dealing with Centurion and it's not easy, man. It's just not easy. I like there we go. Who else is here? Then, yeah, you're gonna. I'll stop him for the entirety of the room there. Otherwise, the off chance you can't hit him right away, just keep looking back at him. Keep as often as you would if he's not looking at him. He will still always try to spawn on the point standing. He does, so just a little bit ahead or behind, and you won't be hit. Unlike Hangman, a few others, his room counter does not go down by one when you drop him, so you won't have to deal with the amount of rooms he's in. A lot of these guys don't stick around for too long, thankfully, but some of them do. And they can be pain because the longer a specimen stays, more opportunities another can appear. Chaos ensues. Just try to keep a good head on your shoulders when dealing with these sort of things, because anything can happen. Your run will be over in a flash. And to be honest, some things are just out of your control, because I've had cases where I lost because of my own play, but a couple of instances where bad luck just kind of screwed me over. This ghost cow. Just hit him as much as possible. Try not to let him get near you. He doesn't do that much damage though, thankfully, and he does. He will go back to the start of the door if you hit him. But he is one of those specimens where you can get rid of him as soon as he shows up. And does not have to deal with the problems that persist. Outside of just following in a room, he creates his own layout. And his layouts will be sort of random, but it makes it harder for you to tell where certain things are. Or it could be easier depending on how you look at it. Every 100 floors has their own set of randomized rooms they'll stick with, but there is a method to the madness in that. Once you know the general idea of what rooms you're gonna see, it'll be like that for the rest of the 100 floors, so pretty easy to adapt to. The hitbox of the axe is a bit wonky. Wouldn't really trust it, so don't be too close to the specimens, but then you'll regret it. The novelty of speedy guys like the Centurion and some others is that they don't go through walls, so they actually have to go around the corners, and when they do, then they can get themselves in a funny position of having to slow down their speed just to go around the corner. And this could be a good thing for you because it gives you time to avoid them. I have no idea how long I've been keeping up with this game. Looks like it's been... I feel like I played this game far longer than most of other games I have in my catalog. I won't lie though, there is a particular charm for me in wanting to do this weird challenge, because my mindset, I tell myself it's easy to do, but at the same time, the challenge of dying at any point is there, and just the general idea of like it's very easy for your run to end if you're careless. Like the gameplay is so simple that anyone can do it, but actually getting this far with the luck that you were given and the number of things you would have to do skillfully to avoid dying is just absurd. There's a particular thing to all that together that just makes this game worth playing for me. It's why I even managed to get to 5,664 floors. Who is it? Oh, good. Dear Lord. Dear Lord's one of the worst ones to deal with, especially since the new update. Honestly, all you have to do for this guy is just... Or, I mean, the strategy has changed so much that dealing with him is a different case entirely, so... Try to stay close to him, because if you move too far ahead and try to cut a corner, he'll teleport through the wall. When he does that, bad things happen. The reason he's so bad is because he pairs so well with other specimens that he pairs so well with other specimens that it makes dealing with some of them near impossible if you're given like really bad room layouts like the infamous Dear Lord and Woomy Charles combo is terrible when you deal with lots of hallways, because Woomy Charles is a lanky guy who just kind of blocks your way a lot, and Dear Lord is someone that can jump through walls, so it's just not fun dealing with that sort of situation, which I'm hoping doesn't happen with me as much as this game will throw, because it has happened to me once and I did get through it just fine, but someone else I know had that problem, and Woomy Charles spawned right in front of him. He was trying to get away, and I think he managed to get through that, but it was not fun for him. It won't be fun for me when I have to deal with that again. Also, what's up, PK? Woomy's the best out of them. He's like the... Oh, perfect! Please go. Oh, he left. I don't want to deal with this again. For anyone who watches this in the future and doesn't know what doesn't know who this is forget her name sometimes, but I don't like her. I was talking earlier about how some specimens break the conventions of the game you're familiar with by throwing something like this, so... in her case, she will always... She has a chance of spawning in front of the exit door, so... If she does that, you have to actually back away and let her despawn just a bit so you can get through. And I'd say sometimes, because there's usually a case where she doesn't show up, and that's great, because you can just move on, but if you don't, then just do that and you'll be fine. But the problem is that, like Dear Lord, she synergizes so well with every other specimen, because a lot of the specimens are... Hey, Ben. A lot of the specimens are designed to chase you through hallways and such. And when you have a specimen that just kind of sits at the exit door half the time, it turns into a case of, do you take damage from her, or do you take damage from another specimen, because... Yeah, I'm not sure how to fix that, because, like, I tried messing around with it in, I tried messing around with this in Streamlabs, but it won't let me crop out those parts of the walls and such, so it's just kind of stuck looking like that. Once I know how to fix it, then I'll do that as soon as possible. But I'm just kind of stuck like this because I've tried. It won't let me crop it out for some reason. Maybe there is an option for that, but I don't know. It's just not right. I mean, I could like extend it slightly, like okay, I said I would extend it slightly, but it's not letting me. I could do that. I could do this. It looks stupid, but I could do that. And I look back at the Pizza Tower stream, and I think it was there. Or maybe it was just because I'm not sure why it's the way that it is, but I'm gonna have to figure this out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out when I do another stream or something, or like off stream. But the general plan is that I was gonna do 200 floors of this game, watch some, no, play a bit of Touhoumon, take a break with DSP, and then go back to Touhoumon, because we're at the point of the game where it's, yeah. That's why I didn't think about it until you brought it up, because I figured people who look at this thing are probably just gonna look at the game anyways. Like they'll just kind of filter everything else out, I guess. Um, so it's gonna be Touhoumon, then a bit of DSP in between because I don't want to go through a whole 3 hours of that. But then I'll go back to Touhoumon because we're in the mid game, and a lot of trainers show up in the mid game. Then we're gonna go down to Fuchsia City. We're gonna fight Koga. It's gonna be great because I can finally get my third member that isn't Critter in the party. We'll get Surf, so Lucky can be even more busted. It's gonna be awesome. I feel like the mid game for Fire Red Leaf Green is when things pick up a bit more. As already. Especially since you get to go to parts of the Sevi Islands, and I kind of like doing that because no, it's a part of Fire Red Leaf Green's content that I kind of wish they brought back. Poor Ben. When the axe is introduced, he basically goes from he goes from like a C tier difficult specimen to D tier very fast. It's kind of like that for some of the specimens that are otherwise. They're alright to deal with, like Slime Guy is. Slime Guy is kind of the same, though I think if I were to put him at a tier list, he'd be like. He might be in top C, lower B tier because. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's that. Oh, hello. It's that and Otto the Otter, but like. Future YouTube watchers out there, this is all you have to do to deal with the dolls. If Otto the Otter shows up in this while I'm playing this, then that's gonna be perfect, because then I can actually illustrate how bad he is. Talk about the best middle finger you can do for the FNAF fans, am I right? I think I'd put Slime Guy in like lower B tier simply because his synergy with Siren is what makes him what puts him in like that kind of position, because he could be threatening to deal with when trying to already avoid Siren. I'd say lower B tier because he's still Slime Guy, so it's not like it's an impossible challenge, but it is more of an annoyance to deal with him while going through Siren's areas. I guess on that note, Old Man would be. I was debating whether he'd be like top higher C tier or not, because Siren does put him above D tier, because the fact is he's one of the few that can show up there. And it seems like his speed is like maybe half of what it is when he goes chasing you in the water, but he does have his running gimmick, so it sort of makes up for it, I guess. I have to actually sit down and think about how I would place every specimen in a tier list because I'd have to consider one, it would be just an endless mode thing, and two, I'd have to consider how much of a synergy they give towards the other specimens and think about whether or not they would be on a high tier. And I know, like, I have to read these. I know that Dear Lord, Visa, the Parasite, and that other chick, they would be S tier simply because dealing with any other specimen while they're there is not fun at all. Especially Parasite. I think he's like Parasite is in the that one chick is like one of the worst ones to deal with because I can never find a way to deal with Parasite without getting damaged by him at any point because every other specimen that is like not a physical is just a pain in the ass. My last run ended because Parasite and Ringu decided to show up in the same spots, and I got the stupid elongated hallways where I have to guess which one is 50-50. Not the door one, but like the long hallway, the long chasm area. I think I might have shown you a recording of that too when I took it because it was just that stupid. It's kind of funny I speak about that because I had Ringu show up as the first specimen of the last 100 floors, and Parasite also showed up too, so that was fun. I had like way more encounters. Day 2, today I saw quite a spook, but I'll admit it was scary, but not as scary as I've seen in some horror games. We haven't gotten to the point where. Wait. No, it's not the notes where like the old man wrote them. I think we're getting to that point soon though. Assuming I can live long enough to highlight those. But we're reaching the end, so I might go another 100 and then I'll jump over to Touhoumon. Well, I guess I should tell you. I don't know if it's a me thing, but the frame rate on my Streamlabs screen is lower than it is in game, and on the Elgato capture screen if I were to show you it. I don't know if it's like that on Twitch stream or not. I'm hoping it's showing it at 60 frames. That it's not just a Streamlabs thing, because I do apologize for that. I'm not sure why it's doing that. I think Pizza Tower ran well on on stream, but I don't know why this game is giving me a bit of trouble with that. Maybe Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion is just so advanced for my PC that it can run a stream of this game without it going into complicated 60 frames. It's gotta be 30 locked or something like that. I can do this thing. Frame rate seems alright from what I can tell. Can't really tell it. Alright, that's good. Don't need to be here. I'm sure you already know where I put Auto the Otter on a tier list. Like, I don't think it needs to be said. I keep thinking to myself, if I make a custom mansion like a future update says it would, I have no idea what I would do to make Auto threatening. I feel like you'd be too reliant on other specimens just to make him actually decent. Right, wait. Oh, it doesn't matter. This room always. This room right here, it stutters when I go through it. I think it's because of like all the fish tanks and such being here is what causes this room in particular to lag a bit. Oh man. The auto mad dashing at you at max speed would be the funniest thing ever. It looks so stupid because I'm hoping it won't be a case of like his normal walking animation is just him sliding along the ground and more like they speed up his walking animation in accordance to the speeding prompt, so you just see him spazzing out sideways every like frame or so as he's running at max speed instead of just walking normally at while being fast. This music might as well be the central theme of Spooky's House of Jump Scares, because it's gonna be the one thing you'll hear a lot of when playing through Endless Mode. I thought I don't mind because it's catchy as hell, but like, it is just something I would assume is the case. Oh wait. Something's happening. Or maybe it's just me and the music gets fine. Oh, something's happening. Unironically sounds like 24. Man, back when Minecraft music was good. I know, right? Anyways, we got Lisa. I hate it. Why'd I have to get her again? I'm actually gonna search up what the name of the other specimen is. Gonna bomb. I just hope that whatever I run into going forward is something I can deal with. Or maybe I'll get lucky and it's just Lisa the entire time. In which case, hooray, but B418 cannot be. Yeah, it is. It's awesome. I love playing it. My sister gets annoyed when I play it, but I do it anyways. Because it's funny. Oh yeah, turns. Yeah, that's the name of the one. That's not what I'm looking for. We're gonna get her soon. She's gonna. Okay, well, if I had to get any other specimen to show up right now, I'm glad it's Ben. Because I'm already gonna look behind me anyway, so it works out perfectly. Oh, there we go. I might have to bait Ben out a bit further before I can hit him, because then he'll spawn right inside of Lisa, and I can't have that. Like right here, he spawns behind Lisa, and I can't deal with that. So I might have to bait him out a bit before I can hit him with the axe, because then I don't want to deal with Ben the entirety of going to a room that's gonna suck. Ah! It's gonna pop up again soon. Or not. There we go. Oh, turn on instinct. Oh man. Maybe. Where am I going? Yes. Okay, Ben left. That's right. I think I had said this. No, wait, no. I don't think Lisa was changed. I think she always did like 10 damage, and I think she does that on purpose because getting any more damage than that while dealing with other specimens in this place is not the best thing in the world. Maybe this is the reason the back of my stick has ripped, because I have to do this all the time. Kind of glad it's the down. I'm kind of glad it's down that got drift and not like up or something, because that's the one I least use. No way, first time chat. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you, man. Here, let me give you my celebratory. There we go. Ah, it's so perfect. I loved you so much for all of the 5 minutes that you were here. How do I get rid of this stupid thing? Because I want to look at the. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, she's here. It happened. It happened. Look at him. In all of his majesty, not even Lisa can make this guy threatening. You know the best thing about Otto the Otter is that for some reason he has a really long amount. He has like a really high amount of rooms he can be in, so he'll just be here for the entire time that Lisa's here. And she'll probably go away and he'll still be here, and that's great. Oh man. I like how Lisa is considered a physical entity in the sense that like Otto has to slowly shove her out of the way just so he can get through. Alright, she's gone. Now we have no more threats. Get used to hearing the knockoff FNAF sound. Oh, hello, baby. Get out of here. You all watching from YouTube, just hit baby a bunch. It reduces his room counter by 1 every time you hit him. So he's another case of a specimen that can go away really fast if you are consistent with hitting. If you don't do that and you let him touch you, you'll die pretty fast because he has the fastest. I think he has the fastest cooldown timer for when he hits you. So if you let him, he really can just kill you in seconds. You'll kind of hear a sound for the hospital specimens when they vanish. Sometimes it'll play, sometimes it won't. It might have played for me at one point, but it didn't. Or maybe it either didn't or I didn't hear it because of Otto's loud moaning sounds. Or I guess chortles as the game calls it. Aw, he left. We were having so much fun. Oh, that's a shame. We got Brian here. If I really wanted to end my run at any point, I could just let Brian kill me. That'd be funny. Oh, good, she's back. She whose name I don't remember. I feel like it's some name that I would have easily, that I could have just. It's a name that if I remember it, it's gonna hit me like, damn, I should have. Well, how did I forget that? The nice thing about her is that you have a room. There, if you have a room that loops around, um, sometimes you will spawn a bit prematurely because technically speaking, you're close enough to the door that it means that she's gonna get you, but you may not be near that door at all, and she'll just be in the wall or something. So you can just avoid her like that once you get to the door, because her timer will run out by the time you even reach it. I had that happen to me in one of my video recordings of getting chased by Lord with her being there. Like I managed to salvage my health simply because she chose to spawn in a spot that was close enough to the exit door that it messed up her oh, hello. Hello there. Oh, so many specimens, so many names I have to remember. I don't think of it. I don't think this guy had an actual logistical name attached to him. Get him with coffee. Here's the door. For all of y'all out there watching this on YouTube, his gimmick is that he goes through walls. I think he's the fastest ghost specimen out of all of them. I think like his movement speed is around lesser than your. I think it's more than your walking speed, but it's less than your running speed. And he has the ability to make doors vanish. Or rather, it's not that he makes doors vanish, it's that he makes them invisible so you can't tell where they are at first glance. But if you're someone who is familiar with all the rooms already, which you will be when you're doing endless mode, you'll kind of have an idea of where all the doors are anyway, so you shouldn't have a problem looking for it. Honestly, this guy isn't that much of a threat, because you can also just ask him to make him vanish, and he'll spawn in a different part of the room. So, if I had to like put him in my tier list, he'd probably be like, I'm gonna say a generous C tier, because he could still be threatening if you're dealing with other specimens and you don't have time to be paying attention to where he comes through the walls and such. But other than that, it shouldn't be that bad. Just ask him and he'll make things easier for you. Like this guy, Hangman, just ask him. I guess I could explain this. It's worth mentioning. If you beat the hospital DLC, you get the option to bring a new weapon to endless mode, which is a sword. And there is a distinction between the axe and sword that you could consider as an opportunity to make things a bit easier for you. So, as far as I remember, the axe has the fastest swinging animation, but it has the longest startup animation, so it takes a while for the axe to come out. But the swinging of the axe is very few frames, like it happens almost instantly. The sword has the fastest starting animation, so it comes out pretty much within the seconds that the axe swings, but it takes a while for the swords. swing to actually land. Like I think it's like half a second or something before the frames come out. So you kind of have to time your sword swing just a little bit before you swing it. It's not bad to the point where you can't learn how to do it. It's pretty simple. It's just you have to consciously remember that that's a distinction between the axe and the sword. I think I brought the axe because I was too lazy to grab the sword. But honestly, I would pick the sword more just because I like its aesthetic. And I think the hospital DLC in general is just a nice thing. I kind of like that the last room is an arcade because it's one of the rare rooms I can just sit here for 3 minutes and not get killed by a red guy. Because it's just one of those rooms that is designed to not kill you because you're going to be playing arcade games the entire time. I'm gonna search up these names really quick. Specimen 5's nickname is Bab. I don't want to call him Bab. He's the I just call him Mannequin because calling him Bab is just sad. Sword is better for aura farming. Yup. You know it, man. Food Demon, that's his name, Food Demon. I forget. Kind of surprised we haven't run into other specimens like Body Bag in this game. At least up till now, because once I go through that door, I'll just be out of here. Becca, that's her name, Becca. Or Becky, as I like to call her sometimes. Alright, let's get in. Day 3, I am beginning to get hungry and thirsty. I didn't bring much food other than my cheesy curds. I hope I'll find more food soon. Alright, so once you hit the save, you're good to exit out. Fallen Beef Demon, as I would like to believe, is responsible for creating the meat. Yeah? Yeah, that's a nice name too. Here's my leaderboards in case you wanna understand what I'm dealing with. Once I get back to my initial spot where I died. Initially, I was just gonna go all the way up to 10,026 and then just call it because I'd not be at #1 rank. And to be like the top rank out of all the players for the Switch version of Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion is... I don't know, man. It sounds like a very specific thing, especially since it's not Steam version where it probably makes more sense. But it'd be nice. Like, I would like to be in top 10 at least, and I can just settle on the idea of like, yeah, I'm actually on top 10 of something for once. Just like, great to think about. I wonder how long it took them, assuming no hacks. You can't, I don't know if you could really hack the Switch version. Like, I think a lot of this is genuine things that they got to this point. You could probably like turn off specimen and go through, but I don't know if that actually counts for ranking, but I want to try doing that right now. Plus, if you have to go through 23,000 floors of nothing, I don't know, man. I don't know what you're doing with your life. I don't even know if that's an compliment in itself, because anyone can do that. So, if I had to estimate the average amount of time it takes for me to get through, say, 200 floors, is around 30 minutes. Yeah, but it's just that I can't think of a person out there who voluntarily hacked their Switch just to get a high score in this one indie game. I feel like if you're gonna do something like that, Steam is just better because you already have access to everything from the start. You gotta go through extra measures just to make this possible. And even then, like, I don't know what you're getting from it, because the Switch version is certainly a version of the game not many people play, versus just the Steam version. In any case, I'm still impressed that I managed to get to 17th place. Yeah, it still is. Just hasn't happened yet. I'm gonna get up to top 10. I believe I will. It'll take me a long time. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing these sort of streams to prove this, but maybe every now and then I'll just showcase how far I've gone up to this point. And if I die at any point, I'll just point it out on Twitter or something like I made it this far, even though it wasn't as close to my run. Or if I died after I get to my original point and kept going, then I'll highlight where I am next. I did notice there's a gap between, I want to say 5th and 4th place, because that's a pretty sizable number of a difference. And then it kind of just goes higher from there. 3rd and 2nd is not that far off, so I could probably clear that as fast as possible once I get to 3rd place, because they're pretty close together. Another, 100 floors, and that should be it. I still don't believe, like, the game gets harder after a certain point. I think it just kind of stagnates after a while. Like, maybe if I go really far into it, the game just starts throwing in more specimens at random because that's just the way the difficulty increases, but it seems like it's consistent. Like, I don't run into 3 specimens at once as much as people would assume you would, let alone 4 and 5 specimens. Pretty much, yeah, just luck. Like, I do believe I can get that to the point of being in, like, top 10 with the right luck and such. Like, I'm not that far off from 10th place if I manage to get back to my 5,600 position. But we'll get to that point when we get to it. For now, we're gonna jump straight to Touhoumon, so give me a second to get everything set up. I'll still be here, I just gotta... Alright then. I'll still be here, I'm just gonna set everything up. Alright. I guess on that, I got the game ready. Just hit live so I can take a look and see if it's gonna capture it. Might have to do that physically, so let's go ahead and do that. Here, this. Yeah, the screen is really zoomed in for some reason, so let's go ahead and fix that. I have no idea why it does that. Why is it a default screen like that? It bothers me so much. Not a bit. It still looks a bit off. Maybe it's just me. Maybe That's the reason why it just looks so wrong. Or looks so awry. Me. Okay, I'm gonna assume that's fine. So leave it there. We're gonna raise the volume up to like 70. Alright. Alright, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom, get myself a drink ready because it's gonna be a long one. See, how long have I been going? An hour? Yeah, it's gonna be a long one. We're gonna be in it for the long haul, but don't worry. Once we get to 2 hours, I'm gonna take a break and watch some good old failures from Dark Side Phil. And then, right after our video, we'll get back to this game. And we'll keep going. It'll be fun. So I'll be right back. back in business. So, sister called me earlier, so I had to help her out with something. It turns out she just wants me to. Nice, welcome back. She wants me to download Animal Crossing New Horizons Happy Home Academy or something. I forget what it's called. Happy Home Paradise. She wants me to download that because she really loves playing Animal Crossing on Switch. So she was hoping that having that ability can make it so that she can decorate her island better. Here, let's go ahead and download this. So while that's downloading, I'm gonna keep on playing. I had to pay $100 because the $50 was initially for to get her the expansion pass so that you can actually get the DLC. Or rather, I don't think you needed the expansion pass for it, but I got it for her anyways just so she can play Nintendo 64 games on her Switch because she loves those games too. And I wanted to give her the whole package because she deserves it. So, bought that. And then I found out I had to renew my own online, so that was another $50 I put in. So that was 100. I could have gone the family bundle, but I didn't know how long my sister wanted to use the Wi-Fi and within that case, so I just said screw it, I'll just pay the 100 when the time comes. Because it's not like I really spend my money on anything else. I just outside of food, I stockpile my money so that way I'll have something left over in case something big happens. Like I am one of the few people who was able to save up for a Switch 2 on release, but I didn't buy it because I didn't think of pre-ordering it at the time, and I didn't have enough money for the pre-order anyways. So by the time the game came out, or by the time the system came out, I wasn't able to get it even though I had the money. So now I'm just kind of waiting for the right opportunity for it to be stocked again so I can go back and try it. So let me think. With the Switch 2, let me raise the volume on my game a bit. Switch 2, a Pro controller, an SD card just so I can save data on it. I'm hoping I get the Mario Kart bundle so I don't have to buy it separately, but I would. I will if I can. I mean, I will if I have to. So that'll be another 80, $600, $700. That's not that bad. That's like $700 is the amount is less of the amount that I got from what is it my my tax refund. It was the return of that. So I'm more than capable of affording that with my tax refund money, which was the whole thing I saved up was because it came from my tax refund. So I didn't work for it. It was more that I just never thought to spend my tax refund on anything else, so I can buy the Switch 2 with it. And that was it. Like, I'm not gonna talk about how much money I have right now because I don't want to brag and I don't want to make things explicitly known to people that could watch this at some point. But I'll just say that I can, in fact, afford this. So I don't have anything to complain about when it comes to price and all that, because it's not like I can't in the first place, because I can. But anyways, going back to this game, I was a bit ahead of myself when I said I would start at the route, because as it turns out, I didn't actually save the old man yet, so I have to actually do that. And I think something neato happens with this one because of how the ROM hack's been designed so far, so let's just go ahead. Or not, maybe it's just the normal guys. But anyways. I fought the other trainers I missed, so Rixie is up to level 28. I think she might have a higher HP count than some of the other Bonicas I'm gonna catch, but we'll have to see soon enough. I think that might be a factor as to why she's considered a powerhouse, because she also survives longer than the others. I won't say she's the ultimate decision for high HP utility, because there was another powerhouse, the one that I inadvertently used back in my first time playing it, that was able to survive dangerous hits at least once, which is a lot said compared to some of the other guys who usually die in one hit anyways. So I said that be up to level 38 before Grixie can actually start learning moves in her evolution pool, but I don't think it's going to take that long, considering that Lucky's already at level 39 by this point. I guess to talk a bit more about my hypothetical specimen tier list. I'm thinking about how I think I would put Mannequin in probably. He's like a lower, high B tier, lower A tier, and he's only that around that position because on his own he's not that much of a concern, but when he's paired with Siren, then he's the worst one because he is one of the three that shows up for Siren's rooms. And of the three specimens, his movement speed has not really dropped compared to Old Man. So he still moves at a relative pace going after you, and it can be problematic dealing with him while also trying to keep away from Siren. I don't know how to explain it. He has a way of catching up to you if you don't move from box to box at a relative pace. Old Man could technically outspeed Mannequin, but he has to go into his running state to do that. But otherwise, I would put Mannequin in like low B, maybe C tier actually, because not that much of a threat. Although you also do the most. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Mannequin's damage is stupidly absurd because he does more than half of your health, which means that in a normal context, he has to deal 3 hits to kill you because the dev recognizes that he can just two-shot you, so the dev gave you a bit of a mercy hit so that he only should his first hit do enough damage to otherwise kill you, it would only put you at 1 health. And then his next hit would be the one that kills you. So, in the off chance your health is already like around 70 or below, he won't insta-kill you right there. It'll just make it so that you're at 1 health. But he can, in fact, kill you in any other condition. So, like, losing 70 health in a run, it's terrible because you have to wait for that health to come back, which just opens the opportunity for other specimens to keep your health from going any higher. That's assuming that he's being paired up, but on his own it shouldn't be that problematic. So maybe he would be like B tier otherwise if he wasn't involved with Siren's mechanics. The old man in comparison doesn't do that much damage compared to Mannequin. I think he only does around 50 or so. Like, he does a good amount, it's just not too significant in hindsight. Okay, that was a crit, that was just rude. Well, I need an excuse to go heal anyways, cause the iconic Team Rocket duel's up ahead, and unlike their anime counterparts, they could become they become a bit of a problem later on because they get like higher leveled Bonicas that you have to deal with. And if you're curious, they do show up in. Oh, I don't have much of anything to deal with her. They do show up in the places you would expect them to show up from Pokemon Yellow. So you probably have an idea of where they're going to be next time once we get to that point. Going back to Spookies, the old man doesn't do as much damage, and his only scary approach is that he has the chance of running, which, if you've seen the video, if you remember the video I sent you between, like, the Dear Lord and Becky combo, he was there, and he did hit me once, but he wasn't the scariest thing out of the bunch. He does have a chance of outpacing Dear Lord, though, which is a bit concerning, because I have to wait for Dear Lord to be in a position where I can actually get around a corner to avoid him. So old man is gonna be like low C tier. Only reason he's not D tier is because the Siren is what's keeping him from falling into that, because he is one of the few that shows up in Siren's case. That guy, I don't know if you saw that. That guy walked over the gravestone. That's a first for me. Let's get out of here. This game be quirky sometimes. I love it. Multitasking will work while watching. Yeah, I get it. So with what other specimens I can throw in there? Ringu, she's gonna be like C tier. So that one time where I lost my run because she was there wasn't even partly her fault. It was just because Parasite decided to show up at halfway through and make things even more problematic. So maybe like C tier would work. I think ignoring like everything else, she's the second fastest ghost specimen of the bunch. Like, Dear Lord doesn't move as fast as Ringu, but she doesn't move like Beef Demon's speed, so she's pretty stable enough. She's not like Terziak, who can set up obstacles and such, but she can be a nuisance otherwise. C tier is probably a good place for her. Centurion would be... I think he would be he's one of the few that can get hit with the axe, so I have to consider that too. Probably like lower C tier, because the problems that Centurion has is that he has to go around corners since he's a physical entity, and while he can move relatively fast when going straight, and he does gain momentum over time, he loses that momentum when he has to cut corners. And this game, Spooky's Mansion has a habit of throwing you in a lot of corridors, so it's just not the best opportunities for him to catch up to you. And the off chance he does, you could just hit him with the axe and it sends it back a few feet before he has to turn around and chase you again, which takes him a while to do that. The lower C tier would be it. He could be scary with other specimens, but I think the other specimens are what makes him scary, not the fact that him being there makes everything more threatening. It's still better than the old specimen 9, but like it's not that impressive otherwise. I do like his idea of like some rooms he just spawns from the hole, but you can abuse that system if you're just with him because he'll always spawn in the first hole you see on the ceiling. So if you actually just wait before going past the hole and wait for your stamina to come up, you can go past the hole and use up all your stamina to get to the door, and he can't get you because one is that he takes a couple of seconds to get down from the hole, and the other opportunity is that he has to chase you. So there's that going against him too. I like him in concept, but in execution, he's like he's a very good early game scary specimen, but he's not like something that makes endless mode that much more concerning. Unless you just happen to get in a bad spot or something, but you could say that for a lot of specimens. Let's fight Team Rocket. Stop right there! It's you! I don't think you'll have it as easy as last time. Show you and the boss how strong we are. I think these lines have been pulled from Yellow. Until like the parts where they're not from Yellow, those ones were new. Ah, now we're getting up in levels. Lucky's gonna get that level creep soon, cause now starting to reach past level 30s, which means that Koga could be around Lucky, a little less than Lucky's level range, probably. But we'll see how it looks. Oh, jerk. And, yeah, of course I do. Only 2 bonus goods. I hope I can sustain this, because the paralyze is not a fun thing to have. Neither is that. I considered Rin. She shows up. She can only be attained in Cinnabar Islands, but it's a ways off. And if I'm gonna do Cinnabar Island, I might as well pick up someone else that is also fire type. Maybe in another lifetime she'll get her use. Let's hope the confusion works. It does. Yep, that was it, because Gen 1 sleep was that terrible. Because of how competitive Gen 1 was, oh, I got Parallax, I'm gonna have to switch out. Competitive Gen 1 was basically a game of whatever Pokemon falls asleep, you're pretty much done, because you can't recover from that. At least your Pokemon can't recover from that. Because even if they wake up, they'll just go back to sleep. There we go. I'm confused. But with Paralyze can be applied to every Mon, and you'll still have a 50% chance to do something, so, like, if you're paralyzed, you avoid getting sleep. Like, I know it sounds stupid, but that was the strat back then. hell, it'd probably be better. There's probably a strat out there for competitive modern games where getting burned or something is probably a decent idea because at least you don't get any other status element on you. But you can't really set that up in a PvP game in modern times because that kind of thing can be brutal. There we go. Looks like we're done here, James. This guy before the boss sees. Remember this? If you're wondering, they say their iconic line, I think I think they said it in the first encounter you have with them. What's up, old guy? So, what am I missing from the Spookies tier list out? Ben? I hate to say it, but Ben is like high D tier. Because he sounds scary on paper, but then once you get the axe, he becomes not scary. Even with other specimens around you, it's annoying that you have to, like, go around hitting them. Yeah, but, like, it's annoying that you have to wait a second or two for him to show up after the fact just so you can hit him with the axe. But the fact is that, yeah, he would be a B tier because having to watch him the entire time is annoying, especially if you have room layouts where it can be very easy to get disoriented, like the 50-50 chasm or hallways. Those are always bad if you have to look behind, and Ben could do that for you. It's just that being hit with the axe puts Ben down so bad that you can't really recover from that situation, even with no other specimen can make him more threatening. Because at that point, it's the other specimen that's more threatening, not Ben himself. Alright, but now we can make actual progress. So, let me just check and see if I'm satisfied with everything, because it's going to be a long trip. I want to get Rixie to at least 35 in levels, just so she could do something against the fighting dojo masters, so then we can get our third party member. As far as the 6th member goes, it's going to be complicated because I didn't actually think this through initially, but I have to grind up money to get tokens to buy the Bonica needed to get the Bonica, to get the other Bonica, because yeah, she'll carry, because like the you can't catch this Bonica in the base game. You have to trade it with someone. Unless you get it from the fighting dojo master, but then I'd be losing out on the other Bonica I want as well, so it's a complicated thing. Let's make this guy. So a question I like to ask people who play this game, or play Gen 1 in general, which route do you go down first? Do you go down the bike road or do you go down the long road? I usually go down the long road first because a lot of trainers means more experience. And I feel like that's sort of the intended route. I'm not sure how to explain it, but it feels like this is the way you would have to go. Because when you go through, like, maybe the bike route would be the intended approach, because bike goes down, so makes sense, but then you have to go the long way around just to circle back to Saffron. I am not entirely sure how they thought this one out. But in any case, we're going to be here for a while, at least this route. And with only 2 Bonicas, I'm going to be taking trips back to the Poke Center every now and then because it's a lot of Poke points that's being lost. So yeah, Ben would be D tier. I hate to say it. I don't think he's not the worst guy because obviously Otto is there, but he is down there. Maybe when I make the tier list, I'll give Otto his own tier because it's just something special about him. I'll say though, Ben does okay damage. I think he's like, I feel like Ben is a case of a specimen that is scary in the base story game, but then after you get the axe, he's not as scary because once you figure out you can axe him, it's pretty much over. I guess if I were judging them based off of aesthetics, then Ben would be like a B tier because it's not often that a video game delves into creepypasta tier stuff. Like, not a lot of games really go out of. Not a lot of horror games do that, and I appreciate the dev was able to do that with Ben. Whether or not it was intended or not, I do appreciate that the thought was still there. Who's up next? I already said Mannequin would be like B tier. High B, lower A, depending on how I want to think about it. Maybe B tier would probably be good for him. Wall of Flesh probably gets it. I don't know if I would even put Wall of Flesh in like the tier list at all, because he shows up. When he shows up, he kind of just he's there, and then he's just gone for the rest of the game. And if you already know the strat of how to deal with Wall of Flesh, then there's nothing else to it. It's not that hard. And literally the strat for Wall of Flesh is just like, go left. Until you don't have to go left, but most of it is just go left. Oh yeah, he technically is the highest damaging specimen because he insta kills, but other than that, like, he won't get you. Like, he moves way too slow for you to be considered a threat, and you'd have to go out of your way to go through like the wrong paths, which you get plenty of time to avoid that sort of thing. And the room layouts are specific enough that you'll eventually remember where each door is, because it's not that complicated. Again, if he's like on the aesthetic scale, then he would be high on the list, but in terms of his utility and endless run, it's just not. He's not it. D tier is pretty much where I would put him. Pretty much. That's another thing too. Like, no other specimens show up while he's there, so it's not like you can really do much with him. It's not like you can get away with much at all. It kind of sucks, because I guess if the make your own mansion thing allowed me to, I would make Wall of Flesh more interesting. But on his own, he can't do much of anything. I feel like he's just there because he fills the quota of having every specimen in Endless run, and then just vanishes after he shows up. Which kind of sucks, because once you see all the specimens on the first 25 of the 100 floors you do or so, then even if you die and restart back from the highest point, Wall of Flesh will always be the first one you encounter, because that's the one you haven't. That's the one who is never registered on the system. So he'll always be the first one you encounter. So he's always the first one to go out of the way. And it kind of sucks. I like their Earthbound aesthetic. I think he has potential. It's just that right now it's not it. I hate to say it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I would put Red Guy in a tier list either, because his one condition is that he shows up if you take too long in a room, which, in the entirety of me playing, like, endless mode, I have not gotten to a case where Red Guy would show up. Maybe, like, whoa, Stabbles here, how you doing? Maybe, like, what is it? Maybe if you do that one room where you have to go through the doors and find, like, hang on while I clean up, okay? Okay. Alright then, glad to have you here. I'm just kind of gossiping about Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion lore, so don't mind me. At least they made Dear God an awesome specimen after. Yeah! If Dear God didn't get his Halloween update, he would be, I would put him in, like, low C tier because he's not that much of a threat in his vanilla version. Thanks. Alright, let's wake up this Bonica. Probably save here because I do want to catch at least one of these. If you miss catching this particular Bonica in both instances, you can just get her back in Safari Zone, so you don't have to worry about it too much. But I do want to catch it just for the sake of saying I caught it. Oh yeah, the flute's tune was changed because the original one was from Pokemon, but they wanted the flute to be from Touhoumon, which I thought was nice. And I guess for your case, PK, Yukari is among the powerhouse team because when you evolve her using the Rainbow Shard, she gets, what is it? She gets Dream Heart as a type matchup, which makes it so that her only weakness is I'm gonna say hard. Maybe something else. I forget. There's like one type she is weak to, but other than that, she has a resistance towards most things and is neutral to everything else. So there's that. She is. Oh, wait, no. I'm stupid. She doesn't get Dream Heart. She's the only other Bonica in the ROM hack. Kind of, yeah. She's the only other Bonica in the game that I think I've said before that she gets the illusion typing as her secondary. So it would be Dream Illusion, meaning that she'd only have one weakness, which is Reason, and the illusion gives her a ghost immunity because that's what illusion does. She has high health when she's evolved like that, so like I can confirm that in all the encounters I've used her with in my first run, she was able to survive the most hits out of any other Bonica in my team at the time. And it wasn't exactly the most optimized thing either. Of course she fell asleep. So not a bad choice if you want to use something a bit of an experimental case, but she is a powerhouse because she has redonkulous health, she only has one weakness, she has ghost immunity, which is already a big advantage. She learns a lot of powerful, heavy-hitting moves, so it's not like you lose out on much of that either. She's a good slot to fill in, and she covers a lot of the gaps that the other powerhouse team lacks. So you have some utility to pick her. The only downside is that she is slow, like everyone else, so you are going to get outsped by other guys, but she has enough health that taking a hit isn't a problem. You just kind of have to hope that... Unfortunately, her best move is Focus Miss, so you have to hope that it actually lands. But when it lands, it hits hard. Um, Going back to the Spookies tier list. Yeah, so I don't think I'll put a red guy on the tier list. And if I had to put him, he'd be like D tier because realistically, you'll never run into the guy. No matter how bad you are at the game, I cannot see you lasting more than 3 minutes for him to actually show up. Unless, like, you're stupid and you go down his hallway, but even then, like, you'll pick it up soon enough, because you'll have played the base game. You would have encountered him at that point anyways. I need to go fight the other Yukari because some people don't know this, but the item that Snorlax has on that side, if you were to catch him or defeat him, can't live longer than 3. The guy might be below Otter. He really would. I like him for the aura farming and the aesthetic of his boss fight, but I don't like him for, like, the endless run because he's, like, non-existent in that one. Let's go in here. Oops. Are you the guy? No, you're the item finder guy. Can I get it? Yeah, I can. I'm not going to use the item finder, but it's nice to have. Go heal up, and then we'll continue down the route. Who else from the base game am I missing? I was like 7 or 8. I already said the Parasite would be like S tier because, well, PK, you already know how Parasite operates, but I'll explain it to Stavo. Imagine a game where your main objective is to run down the hallways, because that's what Spooky's mansion is. Now imagine an entity that makes it so that if you run too fast from him, he pretty much he chases you at Mach 3 speed. And if you slow down for even a second, yeah, I showed it off in the very first stream I ever did, so. I had actually played a bit of it earlier today. Or, I mean, I played it on stream earlier today, but we... Ooh, nice. We've moved on to this game. So, you have an entity that can chase you at the highest speed in the game, which means that if you're not running all the time, then he will catch up to you and deal good damage. So, a general strategy to deal with the guy is to just keep him at his pace so he doesn't go too fast. But the problem isn't really that he can do that, it's more so that other specimens can show up in the same room and that causes problems because some of them can move faster than how fast, yeah, I like fishing. Some of them move faster than Parasite, and that can cause a player to have to move just a little bit more, and that could be enough for him to start going crazy. Well, I mean, we got a Wolf Girl and Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion that costs 2 anything. Not as big as you'd want them, but they're there. What nature are you? Artie? Okay. Let's keep going. Yeah, Parasite would be S tier. I don't think I could put him anywhere less, because he's just that problematic every time he shows up. Even on its own, he's problematic. But let alone dealing with, like... But even... He's on his own, he's bad. With others, it's worse. It's not fun whenever he shows up. Dear Lord is... Dear God's S tier for the reasons I've already talked about earlier. The old man is lower C tier just because he joins up with Siren at times, but other than that, he's not that much of a threat. Beef Demon would probably like I'm gonna say a high C tier because he could be a bit threatening with his ability to hide the doors, but if you play endless mode enough times, then you'll get used to what every room layout is for after a while, and you'll just kind of know where every door is gonna end up being. So you're not gonna have a hard time looking for where it actually is. Oh, I should have brought someone with cut. Other than that, he's not bad. You have the axe, and he is one of the few that goes to a different location if you use it on him, so you can avoid dealing with him entirely if you're smart enough with how you go about it. Even with other specimens, he's not that much of a threat because you can still get rid of him. He moves fast enough that he outpaces most other specimens in the game, so you'll still be able to like deal with him in your own time. If he even catches up to you in any situation, because a lot of the rooms aren't that long. Siren is interesting because, like, if I was judging her by her own gimmick, she'd be like low C tier because the only thing that would be threatening with her is the fact that she has the longest amount of time she spends with you out of all the specimens. It's kind of absurd how long you have to deal with her, but other than that, she's not that much of a threat because I've already showed it off in gameplays in the past, but you can outspeed her in most of the rooms she's in, so it's not like you have to take your time with going through each box, but she's only in that position because her being there forces the specimen counter down to 3 guys. And those guys are the ones that causes issues when they show up because one of them isn't affected by water, 2 of them are, but if their speed reduction is not that much, like they'll still catch up to you somehow, unless you're an old guy, in which case the old man either doesn't take long to get to you or it takes forever to get to you. Siren might be my least favorite. It's so easy to regen health on the boss. Yeah, I think that's another thing too. Like her, because of how long she's there and how much of a time it takes to get to each door, it just starts feeling like it's more of a nuisance rather than an actual threat. There is a chance for 2 sirens to spawn, which I've never seen, but it can happen. But or rather, at the same time, because like I had a case where she spawned in and she chased me for 15 floors, and then another one showed up. So then that extended the counter from like, I'm gonna say a generous 25 to like 40 something floors, or even longer. I don't know how long it was that I had to deal with 2 of them. Because each one has their own individual counters, not like they share the same thing. But in the off chance that 2 of them show up, you can just outspeed both of them. It's not that problematic. Yeah, I would put her in like low C tier just simply because her mere existence makes things a nuisance, but her as a threat isn't that threatening. I think that's it for the base game specimens. There might be one I'm missing. It's not coming to me right now, but it will soon enough if I'm going through the list. For the endless exclusive specimens, it pretty much goes like this. Otto the Otter gets his own tier for how bad he is. Like, he's kind of a meme. I don't think you can't do anything to make this guy threatening in the slightest. Even his damage is pathetic. And I hate you for putting up amnesia. Now it's just gonna take forever. Or not that much, actually. So Otto gets his own tier. Not even F tier, just his own tier. He deserves it. Who else we have? Lisa is an S tier. She might be low S tier, but she is S tier because her one gimmick, two of her gimmicks is that you have to look at her the entire time, which is already bad because you're not looking at where you're walking and could easily get disoriented if you don't know if you don't recognize the positioning of the rooms you're in. And the other one is the more annoying one, which is that if you don't manage to get to the gap and the good, you can't hurt Lisa. You have to look at her. Otherwise, she instantly hits you if you don't. Like, she moves that fast when you're not looking at her. But otherwise, she's fine. Her other gimmick is that she extends the length of the rooms it takes for you to get out, because after the first 10 rooms you deal with her, she forces the counter to stop. So you have to keep going through endless rooms until she goes away. Which is a problem because every room you go to still counts as a new room, which means another specimen can spawn in and cause problems. And those can be pretty bad because you still have to be looking at Lisa the entire time. Like, she's one of the few cases of a specimen that breaks the conventions of how you would normally do things because of how much she has going for her. It's pretty genius design on the devs part for Endless Mode, and I appreciate it. It's something I would do if I wanted to troll people for the fun of it. Whiteface is A tier. I really love this guy because I can tell that the dev just really loves him too, based on how much of a reference he has going for him. And he's A tier because he lost his ability to loop the rooms, so he can't be stuck in it forever, but so that puts him down a peg, but he does good damage to you if he catches you. He has a really wide hitbox. Like, his hitbox is much bigger than you think it is. So if you think you're gonna get around him, you're still gonna get hit, because his hitbox is that big. Halfway, he changes the layouts of the rooms enough so that when you get to the halfway mark of his counter, he'll purposefully give you the longest hallways possible, just so you can extend him being there. And that might not sound bad on its own, but keep in mind that other specimens can show up, and you still have to go through those long hallways with them. I've had cases where I almost died because the parasite decided to show up in a white phase room, and who else was there? I think it was Parasite, and Body Bag. Those two showed up at some point, and they got me to a point where I almost died, and I was kind of hoping White Face would be the one to kill me because of its gimmick, but I somehow ended up surviving that in the end. Like, that wasn't actually the end of one of my runs, but it's so stupid how that entire sequence played out, because I don't know, dealing with Parasite is always an annoyance, and having him in a white phase room is no exception. I will say one thing though, is that if you do let Whiteface kill you, and you have to do your second chance moment, other specimens can still show up while you're looping through the rooms, so you'll still have 1 health, and another guy can show up to ruin your day. I have never died to Whiteface directly, so I haven't seen this happen to me before, but it did happen for one person I saw a YouTube video on, so it is possible. Other than that, Whiteface is A tier. I think he warrants its place. He would be my favorite of the bunch, just simply off of the fact that it's white face. At least white face. Terziak is a. I think Terziak deserves to be like. I'm gonna say low B tier. Part of it is because she's a ghost entity, so she can go through walls. While her speed is not as fast as Ringu is, she can put up barriers. And the barriers, you do have to use the axe to break through it, which cuts down on your stamina that you need to run from her. On her own, she's not that much of a threat like everyone else, but she pairs up well enough with other specimens that it could be problematic, especially since you have to break barriers to get past them. So if another specimen shows up that is faster than Terziak, which is not that hard to do, then you'll be in for a hell of a time getting around everything. The only reason that she's not higher or lower is just because like I think she's one of the cases where her room counters isn't as high, so she goes away at almost as soon as she appears. But in the time that she does appear, it's not that fun. Okay, so now we gotta talk about Spooper, which is gonna be fun because that's Ghost on me putting a latex spirit. Man, I feel sorry for you. Can't have any ghost children, am I right? Even in the afterlife, you get cucked. Oh, I forgot to bring someone cut. Spooper's fun. He's like, I don't know if I want to put him in low S tier or high A tier. I don't know where he would be around that position, but he is around there because, like, sex will be free again. I ain't paying for what I can't see. If you have sex with a ghost, would you actually see your that one just testify? Oh man. Let's fight these two. Let me see, how long have I been going? 2 hours? Alright. Thinking after these two fights, I'll put away to an obligatory bit of a break, and then we'll go back to more of this. So, focus. So, Spooper, he's an A tier because he's the interesting case of a specimen that makes it so you can heal yourself naturally. Because Spooper does continuous damage over time. His damage is slow, but the fact that it's continuous means that you can heal yourself while he's there. And he's one of the specimens that has the longer room loadout, so you're gonna be dealing with him for a while. Like, on his own, he's not that much of a threat. He does have a gimmick where he can have a 1 in 20 chance every second that you're in a room to make you vomit, and the vomit does like 10 damage to your health. Which, if you have a high enough health, it's not that bad, but if you're already lower health, then it could be threatening, because he can kill you once you get to low health. But on its own, it's not that much of a concern. But with others, then it's entirely different. Like, you do not want to have Spooper with you when you're dealing with other dangerous specimens, especially the S tier ones like Parasite and Dear God, because everything that you're already thinking as a problem, it just becomes cancerous with Spooper there, because you can't heal yourself at any point while all of them are dealing with you at the same time. Every damage you take could be your last. It can get that bad. It'll bring you back to life and do it again. I hate you for making me have that thought process. I gotta go back and heal. So yeah, of the unknown specimens, that's where I would put them. I don't put Spooper in S tier simply because he's not a threat on his own, but he makes every other specimen all the more threatening just from him being there. Just go through the rooms, you'll be fine. Going to like the hospital DLC specimens, almost every guy is there except for one, but almost all of them have the same general type of strategy of just axe them. That's all you need to do, just axe them. The only one that doesn't get axed is Body Bag, which he's not that problematic in hindsight. I would put him in like C tier because while he does move fast, if he catches up to you, he does a decent amount of damage, but then he teleports back to the entrance. So if you're already halfway through a room or something, you don't see him again until you already exited out. Like, you'd kind of have to let him kill you to actually see his death animation. Other than that, he's not that much of a threat on his own. With others, I think it's just more of the other S tiers would be more threatening than him, even if he was there. So for like the Hanged Man, Babyface, and Ghost Cow, they're all in C tier territory because of their gimmicks. Babyface is probably D tier because I don't think I ever ran into a real problem with Babyface. Once he shows up, you hit him with the axe, and then he'll teleport away to another part of the room. But if you keep hitting him, it lowers his room counter by 1, so he will go away much faster than you expect him to. And he moves so slow because of how often you're going around him, because he can pick up momentum when he goes straight, but he has to turn to go to you, and that cuts his momentum. Do this. So I would put him in D tier. Hangman is... I think Hangman is just Ben if Ben was slightly... No, I'm gonna put Hangman same place as Ben. The only difference between Hangman and Ben is that Hangman moves when you look at him. Ben doesn't. And if you axe both of them, they're disabled for a whole room. With Hangman's case, his room counter goes down by 1, so you only have to hit him 6 or 7 times and he's gone the entire time, so you don't have to worry about him anymore after that point. The only time he becomes threatening is the fact that, like, other specimens can show up and block you, so you do have to look at him the entire time to make sure he doesn't teleport right up to your face. Ghost Cow's funny because he changes the layouts, the textures of the room to like his area, so in a way you can kind of see where the door is, and if you're not aware of the way in which the rooms look, because they all look the same regardless of whether the texture changes or not, then he's not that problematic. You hit him with the axe, he'll teleport back to the entrance, and hitting him once lowers the room counter, so hit him enough times in the same room and he'll go away. Like, the moment he shows up and you don't have a specimen with you, you can just hit him with the axe and he'll be gone. I'll put him in D tier for that case because he's so easy to get rid of. Only time he's a threat is if other guys are there, and even then you can just hit him with the axe and he goes back to the entrance. PK, we've already established that Becky's in S tier. I don't know if she's like top S tier. She might be second to like maybe Parasite or Duelord, depending on how I think about it. But She is really high up there because her entire gimmick alone just flips everything on its head. Like, I sent you the video of me almost dying a bunch to one of the worst combinations I could have had, and it almost happened on this stream again. So it's already, I'm already cemented on where she goes. She goes in S tier. There's no arguing against that. Yeah. And it's so funny too, because in the original version of Becky being added to the game, she was like, Here, I gotta move my cat, because she's laying on my laps right now and it's making my feet go to sleep. I gotta lay down. Give me a second. There. Alright. Alright. Let's take a break so I can let my legs wake up. I'm gonna watch something classic, of course, and then we'll get back to this game. So let me put this game on pause really quick. Or either I guess I can just save right here and then yeah, let's do this. Alright, give me a second and I'll have the video up. For the record, PK, that 4-hour DSP thing I showed off, I think it went up to like 5 hours now. At least I think in terms of stuff DSP's done with Mario Kart World, it went up to like 5 hours. Because I think he's still playing it. So let me go ahead and get the stream up. Remember when he said, "Oh, I'm never gonna play this game again. This game sucks." How many times do you think he said that in the entirety of him streaming Mario Kart World? So let's go ahead and YouTube. I think he was big for DS tries it funds while playing it just a day ago. Oh man, it's so bad. So let's go ahead and pull it up. But this time, I'm actually gonna fix the screen so it doesn't look hyper zoomed in for some reason. Alright. Got the stream up, or I mean the YouTube view up, so let's go ahead and pull it up in the screen capture. Or maybe I'll just do the freaky thing. Yeah, I think that's probably better, because I can't. Still haven't gone this. Yeah, roll movie. So let's this in. Sorry about this, guys. There we go. Now it looks freaky. That away. Well, this wait, let me check and see. This like, yeah, it is. I don't know why it zooms that in so badly. So let me see if I can fix that. I really should have paid attention to this, but sorry about the zoom in, PK, from the other times. If I had known that was the case, I would have just fixed it right away, but I guess I just never thought to pay attention to that detail. So right now we're gonna make this look a bit more bearable for you. I just noticed that when I'm streaming something with Loki, didn't realize it was zoomed in before. That's good then. I didn't notice it, but when I'm moving this screen around like this, my my laptop screen is very oddly designed. Like Stavo probably gets it more because he's probably more of a you're probably more of a computer nerd than I am, but for some reason my laptop's display is oddly designed in such a way where some display choices on games don't look right. Like it doesn't actually when I do full screen for a game, in some cases, it will not actually go the whole full screen of the laptop. It'll actually be a little bit cropped in a certain way because the resolution of that game just I guess isn't compatible with or maybe my laptop just isn't compatible with certain games resolutions. I don't really get it. Like I didn't notice this sort of thing until I was messing around with this screen. Might need to move this a bit higher. Okay, let's that. There we go. Hopefully everything looks right. Let's go ahead and pull up the screen. Let me know if the volume's fine or if it's too loud or something. Then again, it's DSP. It's probably gonna be loud no matter how I put it. And hopefully, the YouTube video looks right on Twitch. Let me see. I'll commentate every now and then so that way, I don't know, in case my Twitch video gets banned or something. Yeah, it looks good. I mean, I'm not expecting it to be monetized, but even if it got demonetized for this, that'd be the funniest thing. Imagine getting your Twitch stream demonetized because you showed DSP footage. Alright, DSP protected copyright class. Just check and see if the volume is good. Unmute desktop audio. Alright, let's do it. What do you got for us this time, Mr. DSP?
I couldn't see and it took my... Are you kidding me? How did the green shell hit me? What? A green fucking shell? Well, again, dude, 2 in a row. Dude, what am I gonna do? There's so much traffic. What the do you want me to do? Look at all the cars in front of me.
Apparently, DSP went back to Street Fighter at one point, so I want to see that. We'll see that later on.
Oh, nothing I could do about that. Literally nothing I could have done about that at all. And then I get no item either. Wow. Well, I just get eliminated. I can't speed up. I have no items. That's it. Done. So I was 100% screwed by item use. It had nothing to do with me driving poorly. I never actually missed a corner. Never accidentally ran into an item. It was literally just item use. I got a $1.10 tip here. This makes $10 in ones. I want you to play as Waluigi. He's a character similar to you. Well, number one, I appreciate that. It means I'm skinny, but I'm not that tall. Number two, I don't know what you're talking about. That's $1. That's not $1. So I have no idea what you're talking about.
I wish I could get paid $10 so that I could. I wish I could get paid $10 so I could pick a character in Mario Kart. Also, I'm pretty sure DSP might have missed a mark when he said that he thought Waluigi was like him. Gee, I wonder. Not enough for Wendy's though, for real. I tried to pick up Wendy's the other day, and they charged me $12 for a meal. I can't afford that with $10. It's insane. What do you mean there's a dollar deal on the on the sign. We don't go for dollar deals. We gotta go for the whole package. Now we get charged $10 for even looking at Mario Kart. Oh man. Oh no.
Pretty chaotic right now. Red shell, can't do anything about that. Got hit by literally nothing, couldn't see anything, but took a hit anyway. Now I'm in 20th. Great. I'm eliminated already. I'm literally already eliminated. I have no items. There's nothing I can do. So I was top 5. A red shell hits me. Everyone comes around the corner. I get hit by something else that I can't avoid or see. That's it. It's over.
Maybe that's where the $80 came from. Extra $20 for looking at it twice. Man, they're overcharging us in this case. Clear. See, if they charged me $5 for looking at it twice, maybe I would be more generous. Just maybe. Just maybe.
Over. Race is over. That's Mario Kart. Wow, what a great epic game of skill. Absolutely epic game of skill, everybody.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
On a side note, I had saw someone made a Twitter post talking about how when they watch YouTube videos, for some reason they only get crappy mobile game ads. And when I read that, I thought, wait, how do you get just mobile game ads? In the entirety of me watching YouTube for the past 3 years, I may have gotten like one mobile game ad that's consistent every now and then, but a lot of them were pretty varied, and I guess part of it was just because I watch various stuff, so the algorithm doesn't know what I like. But getting just mobile game ads kind of sucks, because that's a demoralizing thing to look at. And on that note, I might have to figure a way to not get ads to show up on my YouTube videos. I'm going to be showing them on stream, because that gets annoying. Maybe I will pay for YouTube Premium, because I can afford to do that at least, but I'll think about it. Mobile slop ads, pretty much. Well, the only one who gets the you want last 5 minutes. Yeah, I got some of those too. They suck so much. I wish ads were more interesting than the ones I usually see. The stupid only 1% of people can solve this puzzle garbage. Pretty much. I hate it so much, man. We are in a post-dystopian world of advertisements at this point. Zenless Zone Zero ads. I wish I got like ZZZ ads and all that, because at least that'd be interesting to look at. All I get is just the stupid, crappy mobile game ads that you always expect to see at this point. At least those types. I get a ton of Hoyo and fake Go ads. That's pretty nice. I don't mind ads so much. Like, that's another thing. Like, I don't really mind them either. Like, the only reason I haven't gone YouTube Premium was because I didn't mind the ads. I would always just skip them when they show up, and even then, like, okay, I saw people complaining about how the ads have gone so bad that now you have to sit through 3 minutes of unskippable ads before you get your video, and I'm like, how do you get that? How do you get 3 minutes unskippable ads? Because I have never seen that before. At most, it would be like 30 seconds or maybe a minute at most. But I have never gotten 3 minute unskippable ads. Where are they getting these from? But for the most part, the ads don't last long, and I would just skip them at the first or second opportunity they show up, so I don't even think about it. Yeah, like my last had the ad for YouTube and it says sign in. Yeah. Not like a minute of unskippable ads max, and even that's not too common. Yeah. I feel like it's just another case of people overblowing something that isn't that commonplace. Like, I understand that people hate ads, but I don't think I've ever run into these type of ads that people always say are prominent on YouTube. Maybe it's just me, but like that's just not what happens. If I had one thing to complain about, I guess it would be the ads that appear on Twitch, but even then you can just subscribe to your favorite content creator, and it doesn't cost much to do that. So you just subscribe to them, and you don't have to worry about the ads. And even then, like the Twitch ads don't pop up enough from what I saw that it became as much of a nuisance as some people would make it out to be. Oh man. Alright, but let's keep playing.
Still got hit despite the fact I had 3 banana peels. I still took a hit.
Weirdest ones I got are like hour-long streams that are ads once in a blue moon, but those are always doable from what I've seen. Yeah? Twitch Servo is pretty good, but I don't use it often enough to justify that anymore. I need to search up what that is, because this is the first time I'm hearing it. Those are exceptionally rare, like seeing a cryptid. I think at this point, the ads aren't as bad as people make it out to be. They're annoying in some cases, but I don't pay attention to it after a certain point. It just kind of blends into the back while I keep watching videos. I mean, like, I would get it if a YouTuber was taking advantage of ads by putting an ad every, like, minute or half a minute or so just so you get monetary gains from it, but I don't subscribe to those type of YouTubers, so I never deal with it. The Twitch ads are to target, e.g. get Taco Bell, etc. Oh, e.g. gel. They know, man. They watch us, and they give us the ads that are very hyper specific to our desires.
What the heck, dude? That was an awesome amount of coin. Flattened. And then look, flattened and then put right in front of a car that I can't avoid because I have no momentum. So I can't avoid the car at all, and I'm in 20th.
When a food ad starts with, "Hey man, you lowly and hungry," you're in for something special because most food ads are never gonna do that. Like this sounds like the perfect setup to an R18 version of a Wiener Schnitzel's ad. Like, I feel like it's an easy setup for that.
And then I'm immediately flattened again. Like, wow, like, no. Even when I get good items, the use is completely negated immediately by other people using better items. That's Mario Kart. By the way, I'm done. Are you kidding me? Wow, this vehicle is awful. I'm not using this ever again. This bike, it's garbage. I'm getting no speed whatsoever with this bike at all, like 0 speed. This makes no sense. I'm driving fine. Then you get flattened, then a car's right in front of you, you can't avoid. That's it, you're done, the race is over. What do you mean? I just got a bunch of power-ups. I should be doing it. No, you're done. Of course, 2 random.
So many. Oh man, that's an ancient memory, but I say ancient loosely because I still listen to the radio. Like, I'm that much of a, I guess I would be a millennial in this case. I'm that much of a millennial that I would still listen to the radio. Like, I'm boomer enough to listen to it, but I'm millennial enough that I don't listen to it as much. But it's still there. Like, when I'm driving in my car, I don't put on music from my phone. I just listen to the radio. Sometimes I'll just go to a music channel or something, but that's usually how it is. Like, I think radios still have their place because you're still gonna be driving around for long hours. I think it's just nice to listen to every now and then. Oh man, Mr. Radio. This year I moved to Minnesota after living in California 3 to 5 years, but still haven't tried to find a good. California has a really good radio. Like, if there's one thing I will praise California for, it's that it has really good radio stations that I like to listen to. Like, there's a specific radio channel, I forget what it's called, but it was so iconic for California that when the host of the radio died, everyone actually talked about it. Like, it was a big deal when he died in California because he pretty much his radio station made up a good portion of what people like listening to. Like, he was that significant. In fact, he was so good that after he died, the family of the radio station they they took all of his lines that he has recorded over the years, and the family said he doesn't want his radio station to die out, so you can just reuse the lines he does for his radio shows and for his radio things and just keep playing music because that's what he would always that's what he wants and that's what he would keep doing even after he passed. It may sound bad because like the people out there would be like, "Oh, you're just using a dead man's voice for this and that," but like this was something that he wanted, and it's just something that the family wanted, and they just went with it. I know it's a bit weird listening to a ghost, but at the same time, I think his radio station is so good in of itself that I think getting rid of it would get rid of a good aspect of people who listen to the radio in general, at least in California. I rarely use radio, but every time I do, when I'm too lazy to use my Bluetooth, it's always. Oh, that sucks, man. Oklahoma radio is slop. Well, I've gone traveling to Texas at one point by car, and I'll say that my dad had a bit of a time trying to look for radio stations he liked listening to.
Items out of nowhere, and how did I lose my gold shell? What just happened? I got hit by two items at once I couldn't see, and then a gold shell got stolen. What the hell is going on? I don't know. I have no idea how you lose your items in this when I just don't get it. As soon as I'm in good position, get hit by a big item that screws me. Of course. Wait, I lost my item again. I was getting an item in midair and it took it away from me. What happened? I don't understand how I'm losing my item constantly.
Imagine growing up in North Carolina back in the day and hearing John St. John as your regular radio host, and then years later hearing him again as Second Duke Nukem. Oh, man. If only he ever started up a radio with his time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, that'd be funny. So it's kind of funny that DSP said that. I saw this as a clip on Twitter once. It's funny that he says that because if you go back to the video a bit, or if I go back to the video, you actually see that he does use his thing right here. No way, no, I think that might.
I was getting an item in midair and it took
Oh
it
yeah,
away from
so
me. What happened?
he like
I don't
DSP has a
understand how I'm losing
problem.
my item constantly.
DSP seems to have a problem where he just uses his items right away. Like I don't think he actually voluntarily holds an item for longer than maybe a few seconds. Or maybe he does in some areas of the games that in the game videos that he's shown, but I think DSP has a bad habit of using the items in places where he shouldn't probably be using them. No item strategy, of course, he assumes it's 100% luck. Yeah, somebody pointed this out in one of the replies to a clip of it, but DSP has no. DSP's strategy is so bare basics in this game that, like, it's no wonder he loses half or even more than half of the time that he plays it because, like, he always uses his items when he can, outside of maybe the mushrooms, but even then, I don't think he uses it strategically as he should. Um, he uses his items, and the problem is that he always complains about how he gets to first place and then he immediately loses first place. One is because he's using his items, and two is that in a game like Mario Kart World, where there's 23 other players trying to get first, being in first place is a liability if you're not good at if you don't know what you're doing. Because once you get hit by something in first place, you pretty much lost that position almost the entire way through simply because of how close everyone is together in 24-player race. Like, it really does get that chaotic from what I've seen in Mario Kart World, where everyone is almost always close together. That getting hit by an item can cost you a lot if you don't have the means to recover fast. Mario Kart is closer to like 30% luck or so with skill. Pretty much. At least it was like that in 8. Not sure how it shifts here. I think World is just more chaotic with its items, the amount of players there. Like, every now and then when I would play Mario Kart 8 online, sometimes there'll be a guy who's really ahead of everyone else because the item synergy in 8 is different than World. So So he'll be so far ahead that any item he gets hit by is just something that he doesn't even worry about because he recovers almost immediately. In World's case, though, because of how close everyone is, you really have to consider where you're using the items, how you're taking advantage of the routes, and whether you can recover from an item you do get hit by. DSP can't do any of that because that would require a level of strategy and thinking that DSP doesn't want to commit to. His logic is to just do all bronze and use all items as soon as possible, but never actually utilize them in a way that will work out in a game like this where everything could hit you at once. And then when he does use the item and gets hit by something, he blames everything else. Um, so I feel like that's just kind of his mantra for a lot of other games. So maybe his Street Fighter playthroughs are a bit different because it's a fighting game, but the fact that he treats Mario Kart like a fighting game in more ways than one is bad on his part because of the fact it's just he's not going to get as many wins as he wants. Yeah, you got to plan for the item span. That's pretty much how it is. I've seen people's strategies on the game, and it is kind of interesting what they have to come up with. Um, I don't think I don't think something like the shift in the RNG for like the track selections and versus is gonna take away from the fact that things do get chaotic no matter what you're playing in.
Okay. Look at that. Are you kidding me? I was doing fine. All of a sudden, he pushed me off. I used my bananas to get him off me. All of a sudden, I get pushed off the end. What happened? That's it. It's over. Yeah, this is awful. It's legit.
Wherever that, I want a next gen Star Wars Episode 1 pod racing game. The arcade game was so sick. The pod racing game would be sick, especially in. I forgot that. Yeah, the pod racing would be so sick because, like, we're already at the point where people are gassing up the prequel trilogy so much that if they released a pod racing game, people would play it, and then they would go online, and then they would be like, "Look, this pod racing game is better than Mario Kart World. That's why you should not buy a Switch 2 in Mario Kart World because that game sucks and this game is great." I will say the boomerang flower was indirectly bugged because with so many players, you hit them way more. Pretty much. Ray brought me the N64 cartridge from her family recently. Just realized she had her N64 fully set up. Oh man. I was a baby when the N64 was popularized. So I never got to play it in my own case. I grew up fast enough that I got to play the GameCube though, so that was something. But I never got to play N64. My sister did, and she loved it. And in some ways, so did my dad. Like my dad was an old school gamer too. He was so old school that the one thing he always talks about is the freaking Atari. Oh, that's nice. I wouldn't be that surprised because a lot of kids were PS2 kids because that thing was everywhere. In fact, I probably would run into more PS2 kids than PS1 kids. ET Atari Gas. Yeah, man, that thing was a killer, alright. I remember begging my grandma to take me to Toys R Us just so we could play Mario 64 for a few minutes. I hope you managed to get a couple of stars in that time, but that's still fun nonetheless. I remember when toy stores and like McDonald's of all things had little video game displays that lets you play those type of demo type games. I mainly play SpongeBob and movie license game. Yeah, I can get that. I think when I was growing up, my family mostly stuck to Nintendo stuff because that was recognizable. Like, I was a Mario kid because my parents gave me more Mario games than anything else. I would go occasionally get like a Sonic game, but it wasn't as much as Mario was because it was just that familiar. Mario and Pokemon, those were the two that I mostly stuck with. Some were asked, but Battle for Bikini Bottom was generally good and held up. Yeah, I played the rehydrated version. I thought it was great. My only gripe with Battle for Bikini Bottom is the barrier of having to spend money, or having to spend in-game currency to unlock certain paths or get certain items. Cause like I don't know if there was a way for me to do this differently, but I was always out of points by the time I had to spend more, so I always had to go grind more. Maybe I could have done things differently for that, but it just felt weird that a barrier like that even existed. I only became a Mario Nintendo kid when I played Super Mario Bros. Wii at a friend's house and told my parents I wanted it. Yeah, I get that. Mario Bros. Wii was big. Like I know that game was big. It was so big that it redefined the Mario mainline games for decades. It took us this long to get out of that funk, and that's crazy to think about.
Dude, it's legit awful. I lost my item twice for no reason. I don't know why. No one stole my item with the ghost. I just lost it while I was actually getting it. I lost it. Then I'm drifting. I hit the guy with 2 bananas, but because I'm drifting, he pushes me off the edge. Even though I'm hitting him, I'm the one who gets bullied. I don't get it, man. Can anyone explain why I'm losing my items? Can a single person explain? We got a $9 tip here. You're really gonna bother me for $9 even though I tipped you multiple times in ones. When? When did you tip me multiple times in ones? I think I got one $1 tip tonight. I couldn't see, and it took my... Are you kidding me? I couldn't see. There's an enemy in front of me, and it takes the block that's supposed to give me the coins because I hit it. What the fuck is wrong with this game? It took the block as I was about to use it. It's pissing me off. I feel like every possible thing to cheat me out of being able to get anything good.
Oh man, that's perfect. Imagine getting paid $9 from a guy who spent it just to complain about the fact that you were making a big deal out of multiple tips, which were all $1 that added up to $10. I wish I got paid by someone just for complaining to me. That'd be awesome. But no, we all can't be winners, am I right? I found some cool Super Mario 64 worlds in VR chat this past year. Now that Ray has Quest 2, I can take her punch to sleep. Oh, that's awesome.
Hey, can I get my coins this time? Jeez. Here we go again. I get no items, even though I landed right on them, no items. Yeah, this bike is ass. It's way too fucking slow. I hate it. It's ridiculously slow compared to all the other vehicles I've used. Don't know what hit me. Now I'm frozen, so I guess someone had an ice flower. I couldn't see it. Now I'm flat, and that's it. It's over. I'm not gonna make it. Someone's gonna pass me. Watch. As soon as I got a double item and a good one, oh, take it. Lightning, take your items. Unreal, man. What hit us? Like, it hit both of us, and there was nothing on the screen. We got hit by literally nothing. It was invisible. So stupid. That's it. It's over. It wasn't my driving. It's the vehicle. The vehicle sucks. The vehicle has no speed at all. Like, literally 0 speed. So I can't win a race because the vehicle is crap. So I'm definitely switching this bike. It sucks ass. This bike is garbage. Out of the way, bitch.
Watch race. Oh man. Oh, PK for you. We gotta end the Diddy memes, cause I don't know if you saw it. It probably spread on Twitter really fast, but like he got off of almost every charge he had. Yeah, he actually was freed because like they revealed that he was freed of all charges except for 2 based on prostitution, but every other charge was, yeah, he got out more or less. I don't think he's gonna walk away. I don't think he's gonna get into trouble. I think at this point he's gonna walk away. Oh man, housing all of my bananas. I tried to. Oh man.
I had a green shell, but something hit me anyway, despite the fact I was holding the green shell to stop an item. No idea. Makes 0 sense. Now here we go. Now I get endlessly comboed by every person in a row because my...
I do sort of appreciate that DSP did choose Waluigi in the next one because he got paid for it. So at least he owns up to that much, despite all of its complaining.
green shell didn't work. What's the point of holding the item if the item doesn't stop a projectile? As soon as I got it and used it, I lost it. Unreal, man.
I think the biggest Switch 2 crime is them advertising that a Joy-Con can be used as a mouse and not making Mario Paint. I saw that too. People saying like, why wasn't Mario Paint a thing? Because like, you made a mouse, you made the Joy-Con a mouse accessory too. So like, it was right there. Like, you had one job, Nintendo, and you failed. You failed hard. I guess the $1 was enough, or he did it because he knew detractors would clown on him hard if he did it. It doesn't work though. DSP gets clowned no matter what. Yeah, pretty much.
Wow, couldn't see it. It was literally protected by a driver. I couldn't see that car. Now this guy has 3 fucking shells right next to me. Come on. Now I get flattened. Combo, 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 combo. The fuck do you want me to do? Oh, that's it. I'm done now. It's over. Yep. No, literally, why did I lose? Combos. Look, combo, 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 combo in a row. Things I can't avoid. What do you want me to do? It really is a bullshit game. Like, it's fun when it works, but when you get cheated every fucking time, it's like, dude, there's no fun to be had here. You just literally comboed me 4 times in a row. What did you want me to do? I was playing well. I was coming back. I was passing everyone. The fuck do you want me to do? Because you hit me 4 times in a row. I like that he kicks the block.
Alright, buddies, I gotta run my mod duties. Big love to you, Spat. I'm glad you were here, Stabo. It's always fun to have you around. Really appreciate it. We'll take care of your mods, and I hope the rest of your day goes just as well, too. See ya, man. When it works, it's been working as a tenant the whole time, sir. Pretty much. Thanks, guys. Be well. See ya. See ya, man. Stabo's great. So, going to DSP, I don't know if DSP, I don't know what to tell him at this point, because, like, I think I already said my 2 piece on how he plays. I just think it's funny that, like, Okay, PK, you probably had to have seen this or know something about this. Please tell me that like I feel like there's a history with DSP in his past where he was probably much happier in life, and then like something happened that made him more and more upset until he got to the state where he is now. I feel like there had to be a time where he was happier because there's no way his whole life was just like this. There had to be a breaking point. I feel like there was like a whole quote unquote documentary on DSP's path that I might have seen at one point but never saw it. I just feel like that at one point he was happier and then he became this way. And he just never got out of it since. And I feel like if I look into his that case, then I think early YouTube might have been slightly happier, but he was still very salty. Yeah, I guess. Maybe he really was just this way for a long time. Like, I can't even imagine myself being this upset. I was like the most angry guy. I was the most short tempered guy growing up. But I don't even remember being this way the entirety of the time. Seems to be going downhill in the last 10 years, though. Gets way more upset about views and stuff now than before. I feel like I feel like if DSP hasn't had it already, he might be going through an identity crisis because he's been doing this for years now, and his traction is getting worse and worse. Like clearly, he's going through stagnation. So like, I feel like if he's not gonna make big before, he's not gonna make big later, and this is what's getting him because eventually they'll get to a point where people aren't gonna pay him, and then he's not gonna get money. So he's got to get more people to watch. The only I, it's like it's all funny how he only just started recently getting traction because of Mario Kart World. Like that's what it took for people to recognize him again, even though he's always been around. I don't know what the Wolverine toy incident is, and I kind of want to know, but I also don't want to know for my own sake. How much time has that been going for? Almost 3 hours. All right, let's keep at it.
That's cool. Oh, I was supposed to turn. I didn't see that. Oops. The moment I get it and I start using it, take it from me. I'm off the track. What the fuck? Couldn't see it till it was too late. I was already committing to a power slide. I thought you would get like a bonus.
Basically, he was angry at his mom because she didn't buy a Wolverine action figure for his birthday before it sold out. He was willing to rant about it on a King of Hate vlog stream years later. He was still angry about it. I feel like if somebody brought it up today, he would still be angry about it. Like, I refuse to believe he moved on from it at this point. Not sure how old he was when it happened, maybe like early teens. Yeah, that's something else, man. Can't remember if he specified his age.
For hitting them. I seriously did. I thought something would happen because I never tried that before, and I lost all my speed. Great. Keep fucking hitting me, dude. What is hitting me? It said I was in 12th. I passed the line. You're eliminated. Sure, whatever you say, game. It said I was 12, and then it took it away. It said I was in 12th. I passed the line. You're eliminated.
That is some rather bad luck for you to be that close to the elimination limit and actually lose that case. I I'd probably be slightly upset if I found out that I was that close to winning a round like that and got eliminated in the end because I was a few seconds off. Only slightly though, I don't think it would bother me that much.
Get hit once, that's it. Get hit 17 more times from behind, and you're fucked. I was doing absolutely fine. I was like, what, like top 8, top 5? Hitting them with boomerangs, get hit by something I can't see, flatten, 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 that's it. Last place, done. Garbage. Nothing I can do. I'm doing my power slide, everyone pushes into me, and everyone has items but me. I have no idea what's going on. Great. What the fuck? Well, I'm eliminated. I don't know what happened. Keep in mind, I don't know what car I'm using. He hit me, yet I hit him. That doesn't even make sense. How could we hit each other? Yet I lose momentum and he's fine. Sure, whatever you say. Lose 4 shells all at once with no explanation. Immediately hit by an item all the way down to 7. And I don't get an item. Seriously. Oh, what the hell happened? I got screwed right there. I don't know what happened. I was doing the corner fine. All of a sudden, I was in the dirt. Even though I was hitting the corner fine, it's like the connection pulled me into the dirt because it fucking isn't accurate to what you're doing. That made no sense at all. Again, hit by random shit. It was a green shell, too. It wasn't even like it was a homing shell. It just...
Have you noticed that a lot of DSP online play for Mario Kart World was from the Knockout Tour? I think I saw a few people say that if you're looking for where a lot of players are playing Mario Kart World, you have a better chance looking for it in Knockout than in the actual versus racing because I guess with the chaos that comes from Knockout Tour, it's just a lot more enticing than playing normal racing. And I feel like DSP probably just chooses the knockout race because I don't know, maybe it clicks that inner fighting game spirit he has versus the normal racing. Because I don't think I've seen a clip of his that was just the normal racing. I think it's all been knockout. Yeah, my opinion, knockout tour felt like the focus with this game. And that's kind of what I understood. Like, I know that Nintendo wants to promote the new stuff that Mario Kart World has because that's what helps it stand out from the rest. Because keep in mind that Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart World can be played on the same system. So you have to debate about how to make your next game different enough from Mario Kart 8 that you would want people to play it, and that's how you would kind of do it. It's going to be like the Smash situation of how different would you have to make the new Smash to justify it existing on the same system as Smash Ultimate? Because that has its own complications of whether or not people are going to like it or not. I feel like because it's Smash, more people might be willing to be generous with it because, hey, it's Smash, everyone loves Smash Bros. And I feel like with Mario Kart, it was just a different case of people getting frustrated by it being on launch title and $80 and all that. Like, of the stuff that I've heard, the knockout tour seems to be the biggest highlight for people, and I can see why, because everything just works perfectly for what it's trying to do with that. And the intermission race tracks are probably at its best with Knockout Tour because of how chaotic things get in the first place. Considering how short the regular racetracks are with intermissions, yeah. Um, Time will tell to see where the current stance is with the Smash thing. But right now, I'm thinking it might be a new Smash game because of where Nintendo's going with the newer games they're making. But we'll see how that goes. For Mario Kart, I do like that World is doing things to diversify itself from Mario Kart 8. So at least has a leg to stand on that's separate from the others. And I think I could commend them for that. Um, There's going to be the argument of whether Mario Kart 8 is better than World, and I feel like that's a very charged topic simply because one game, you're basically comparing one game to another with very unique differences from one another. Like, it would be comparing, a good example, it would be comparing Mario Sunshine to it'd be like comparing Mario Galaxy to 3D Mario World or Mario 3D World. All right, let's keep at it.
Randomly hits me, right? Great. Hit me, so now I'm in the grass and I have no momentum. What do you want me to do there? Nothing. Whoa, did you see that? I shouldn't have hit her, but it counted because it was super delayed. Dude, what do I want to do? There's so much fucking traffic. What the fuck do you want me to do? Look at all the cars in front of me.
I won't deny that World isn't gonna have DLC content and such because I feel like that is something Nintendo's gonna want to do to keep it expanded. Like, I don't know how they were gonna implement an expansion pass of sort with the game because of the fact that it's open world in nature. So they would probably have to like build a new world area just to accommodate for the new tracks. But other than that, it would be very difficult to implement that sort of system into an open world game like Mario Kart. But I do think there is potential for a lot of interesting stuff to come out of Mario Kart World's updates. Uh, it is a much better experience overall, but it's kind of a given. But I do think that, yeah, 8's been around for a long time. Like, 8 was released back on the Wii U of all things. So this has the longest stay of out of every single Mario Kart ever. And it still can be played today. I really do think it's just a case of like apples and oranges of people arguing about whether 8 is better than World or not. Like, ignoring all the dumb responses for why 8 is better, like, oh, you could just get it's $60, not $80, or oh, the like ignoring all the superficial stuff and really looking into the grand scope of 8's design versus World's design. I think it is just an apples and oranges case. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about World, but I'm sure I'm gonna like aspects about it that's gonna feel absent if I go back to 8, and vice versa. But I'm glad they did something different. Otherwise, the MK8 comparisons would be more inevitable if it was trying to just one up 8, which had to be the benefit of a literal decade of content. Yeah, another island would work. It's not that out of the realm of possibility. Like another whole other island segment can work, and you can choose to go between each one at your own discretion. Um, I think another thing that 8 has going for it is just the like a big factor of what makes 8 stand out for a lot of people is the booster pass, which added another extra amount of tracks onto the existing tracks that Mario Kart 8 had with the DLC included. So, like, it's the most tracks you're ever going to get from a Mario Kart game. My friend suggested another island or something for an expansion. Yeah. So, I think another thing that would be an interesting thing to discuss about is how I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this yet because I'd have to play the game myself and really look into it. But um, I'm seeing the complaints people had with the amount of tracks and good tracks alongside 200cc over carries 8 for me. Yeah, I feel like 200cc is a factor that should be considered when they were making World, but I would only argue that like 200cc was the thing they added in an update for Mario Kart 8, not that it was an actual thing that was there from the start, because that would explain why it wasn't in the early developments for World, but it wouldn't really explain everything. Like, I could see 200cc coming back in World, and I feel like with the chaos that ensues from Mario Kart World, I feel like 200cc would be too much for people to handle. Like, I really don't think that. I really do feel like Mario Kart World Chaos was designed around 150cc because if it was as fast as 200, I don't think a lot of people are gonna like that, especially with all the items being thrown around everywhere and how chaotic things can get after a while. Well, yeah, I could see it being added to World later. It can still happen though. Like, I'm not gonna say it's not gonna happen. I just think that people are exaggerating their beliefs when they say that 200cc can save World, because I really do think people are gonna complain about it. Yeah. Um. So before we hit play, I will say a separate thing, but I don't mind the roster that's in Marker World. Like, I think and maybe it's because I look at World and other games differently from people. And I know I say that a lot, but I really do think this is one of those cases of that because um one, I'm not the person who says like they need third party characters because I don't want this to be Sonic Crossworld. I want this to be Mario Kart because it's Mario Kart. Like it's already weird that Sonic Crossworld is doing like crossover stuff because it makes me feel like they don't have enough Sonic characters to stand on its own. That's why they need the third party stuff. And I've seen some people openly admit this without actually saying it. But Mario Kart has such a huge library of cast of characters that getting an entire ensemble of them for a game like this isn't that hard. Yeah. Like, I saw somebody say that the reason that Link and Villager and the original 8 were even there was because it was to incentivize people to buy the Wii U, which makes sense because you need something to get people to buy it. And the Inklings were more of a novelty than it was something integral to the game. Like, all of the DLC characters that came with the expansion pass were all Mario characters. If that says anything. So I feel like third parties are a novelty, but they shouldn't comprise of what Mario Kart is. Don't think we could have had done with much heavier hitters in the Mario franchise stuff, even if you ignore RPGs. Yeah, EGAT and Lubba, man. Lubba would have been fun, but like when I look at what Mario Kart World is going for, based on everything I've seen, the music, the design of the tracks, the set pieces, the cast. When I look at Mario Kart World's roster of characters, I do think that this was the intentional design they went with. And a part of this is because a lot of the enemies and such and NPCs that show up in Mario Kart World roster, that is Mario. Like, it's Mario at its core. Like, everything, all the casts that are in Mario Kart World's roster is Mario. Like, the God Nabbit, that's cool. Like, a lot of those cast of characters, you will see them semi-frequently in a lot of later Mario games, like Mario mainline titles, and I think this pretty much encapsulates what Mario is. Like, Egad, he's cool, but he only shows up in all of two instances in a mainline title. In fact, Egad's debut game that he shows up in was a spin-off. It wasn't like an actual mainline Mario game. He gets mentioned in Sunshine, but he doesn't show up in it. I know that. I know a lot of people would say that too, but like they're trying to I get that they're trying to make Mario Kart World. Let me just check and see if stream's still going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Otherwise, it's mainly just new Super Mario Bros. Core choice and just kind of lame on its own. We can't forget that like it's not like the roster from past games were any better though, but basically I feel like they wanted this to be a celebration of Mario itself, not just like the spin-offs and such, more like core mainline Mario itself. And everything about World is designed to give that impression. Like, it was clear that they may have wanted World to be an anniversary title for Mario itself. Like, they really wanted this to be like you look at everything and you go, this is Mario. I think that's what they were going with. It's dumbed down in Nintendo's view as Mario, differing from most fans. We have to remember that Nintendo doesn't listen to their like 80% of their fan base. They don't listen to them. They've openly admitted, executives admitted that they don't even listen to the fans. And I don't blame them because like Nintendo fans are very ruthless when it comes to getting their opinions across with them. Because they're not exactly good at getting those points across in a nice way. It's kind of a rabbit hole if you look at it like Mario RPGs, at least for the game like Sticker Star and Paper Jam, but still explains it. Like, we have to put aside things like licensing and such. I do understand that the spin-off characters could be integrated into World Mario Kart. It's just that the way in which Nintendo wanted to visualize World was different. Because even right down to like the Mario designs themselves, it was clear that they wanted this to be a celebration of like the SNES Mario Kart, which was bare basics and everything, but the design themselves are supposed to be like core representatives of that and all that, so I don't know, it's just kind of clear that they had a particular direction with this. This isn't to say that like update characters can't happen. I feel like I know they will, so like Diddy will be free once again, but I just think that this was the approach they wanted to go with, and I at least understand that much. So, like, I have my gripes with the roster itself, but I wouldn't say like it's a bad roster because I kind of have an idea of what they were trying to do with it. And if we were to like cherry pick the roster itself compared to other ones, I do think that like no wonder they made fun of them with Francis and Super Mario. Yeah. Francis was great though. I love that aspect of Super Mario. It was just so good. People really are just still like him, and they're still like him even today. It's crazy. Um, I guess in a way it's kind of similar to how they run Mario and Smash, because like you know how people always complain about how Waluigi never gets added or Gino and all that. You gotta look at if we really look at Mario's roster in Smash. it's clear that Sakurai wants every cast from Mario to be, well, main. They want them to be strictly mainline Mario stuff. Like Donkey Kong and Wario and Yoshi, they get exceptions because of the fact that they got games that stuck out enough to make them their own identity. And Sakurai wanted to respect that much about it. But when you look at the main Mario cast, it's pretty clear that he or Nintendo or even both wanted it to be respectful to like mainline Mario stuff and not like spin-off Mario stuff too. That's why I feel like that's why Paper Mario and Geno and all them haven't been added to Smash, and it's simply because they would break the conventions of what they're trying to do with the Mario roster. Like, there's a reason Piranha Plant was a Mario pick over everyone else. I usually just throw out RPG specific characters in these discussions because it probably isn't happening. I mean, it's still nice to speculate on it nonetheless. I'm not going to deny that. Much better than sevens, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I know, it sucks, but that's clearly the direction in which, say, Nintendo wants with the Mario brand, and I don't think that we're going to be seeing any significant changes anytime soon. Like, we also have to understand that Nintendo staff trains the new guys who takes their place to respect Mario's iconography. So it is clear that when they retire and the new guys take their place, I feel like Mario is still gonna stick to mainline Mario stuff for the most of it. I'm not gonna say something like an Odyssey character won't show up for later stuff, but it seems like that's the direction they're going with. Mostly just there for Crytrain wish list. Yeah, I like seeing the crazy stuff people can come up with. I feel like DSP's face right now, it's just that one guy who randomly decides to watch this stream and is hearing me talk about Mario stuff and is like, dude, what are you doing? At the very least, their world design is way better than it was like 10 years ago. Yeah, no more bland new Super Mario Bros. Copy. It took us so long to get out of the Miyamoto phase of Mario Bros. It was insane. I'm glad that DSP brains are working overtime. I really am glad that, if anything, Wonder was like up. Like, if people were concerned that 2D Mario was going to revert back to his old phase, I'm glad that Wonder was able to break that mold. Miyamoto era was so ass, it would take playable enemies or whatever that was. Yeah. Alright. Let me let my voice rest for a bit while we watch this.
Oh no, I didn't hit that fucking van. That bus. You're full of shit. I did not touch it. I didn't hit the bus. It's bullshit. The bus was to my left. I was here, and it said, "Oh, you clipped into it." No, I didn't. I didn't actually fully connect with that bus at all. That should not have been a hit. There was nothing I could do. If I went around him, I was going to slow down and lose my spot anyway. So it was either slow down and lose your spot or get hit and lose your spot. So I guess I'll lose my spot.
Alright. Let me just get a drink, relax my voice for a bit until you come back. Let me see. Still got a few more, several more minutes into the video actually, and it's 3:27. I might go all the way until 4 hours, and then I'll stop there. I think that's good enough. I am a bit due for a nap, and I have to go to the laundromat so I can wash my clothes. That'll be nice to do. So take care of that once sometime after that. So that'll be fun. Oh, thank goodness that tomorrow is my last work day of the week, so I can just relax at that point, watch some anime episodes with a friend of mine, probably do other stuff. We'll see. Or I could just play Left 4 Dead 2 for another 1,000 hours. That'd be awesome. Kinda glad you came back because I just found out that apparently the the ever infamous video game journalist site Kotaku has just has just confirmed, has just revealed that their studio is getting shut down. As of today, they put out a notice stating that their entire studio is shutting down. So, it feels good to be alive. Sure enough, man. Let's keep going.
It didn't. Wow, it fucked up. It didn't. The trigger didn't activate. I went to jump and power slide. It dropped the trigger and did not use the trigger at all. So that's not me. That's the wireless controller. The shitty ass Joy-Cons. Oh! I use my speed boost and immediately get flattened anyway. So what's the fucking point of the speed boost? Random item out of nowhere. Where the fuck did it come from? I was speed boosting by. How could an item have hit me? Oh, why did the spiny hit me when I hit it with a red shell? I hit the spiny. I threw it. I got hit anyway. What? Nothing I could do. Literally nothing I could do. I was not outplayed there whatsoever. I just got hit by a bunch of shit at the very end. I was in top 4. I was second place firmly. And then all of a sudden, godlike item, godlike item. I can't stop them from having the godlike items, so they're going to catch up to me and then get hit by a million times at the end. Fuck that. What just hit me? I have no fucking clue. I was hitting them with my boomerang, and then I took a hit. Made no fucking sense at all.
I can't tell if he doesn't actually see the obstacles in his way sometimes, or he does see it and refuses to like acknowledge the idea that the obstacles being there were actually present when he got hit. Like I feel like he's doing some weird brain thing to make it so he has to say that he got hit by nothing and still lost, and yet somehow contradicting himself in his own clips. Maybe DSP's brain is just in a galaxy tier state that we mortals can never reach up to. Brain lag. Oh man, real life's going at 120 frames per second while his brain's operating at 60, so he can't keep up with everything that happens.
What was I supposed to do there? Literally nothing I could do at all yet again. I lost yet again to nonsense in this fucking game. What the how? Again, I'm drifting at a tiny little spot on the end of the road, and I get hit by an item. It's not even a homing item. How?
How are they pulling this off?
It's like no matter how well you drive, everyone gets items behind you and hit you from behind. You can't avoid it. So I'm in first, driving perfectly. Oh, you're at 18th now. But I didn't do anything wrong. Well, that's Mario Kart. It's ass. Like, that's really, it's just ass. It doesn't matter how well you play, you still lose. This is completely different. Look at this. What? They didn't give me the boost. They didn't give me the boost. They took it away. How did the green shell hit me? What? A green fucking shell? From where? This is stupid. Where is the driving in the game that's supposed to be about fucking driving? Look, it's literally about random items at all times that you can't avoid. Again, dude, I got hit.
I feel like DSP is just... He's to have one type of sweaty racer in Mario Kart who does let things like this get to them, but they're not like DSP where they openly want to express their frustrations about the fact that they're not winning in the kiddie game in like a hyper competitive sense. But DSP is the one that's actually being vocal about his frustrations regarding it. Like DSP is being vocal about him going into this game with the mentality of it being like a heavy competitive fighting game, while other sweaty guys don't make that apparent, but they're in their minds telling themselves that they're frustrated at things like this too. Yeah, pretty much.
4 fucking times in a row, and I was in first. I was in first. Hit 3 times in a row. Nothing I can do to stop it whatsoever. Now I'm in last. It's over. The race is actually over because I get hit 3 times. How was that?
Here's the conspiracy theory for you. So, um, whenever DSP plays in Mario Kart World Online, do you think people recognize his name and go out of their way to just hit him with an item just so they can get his stream to have more clips for content from other YouTubers? If so, that's the funniest thing I could ever conceptualize for people to do to a guy that they just recognize as, hey, it's DSP, let's get him.
My fault. I was in fucking first by a mile, and I get hit by 3 items in a row. I had it won.
I would randomly playing against DSP would be a miracle. Stream sniping, as they say.
I had it won.
Like, imagine you were the guy that managed to hit him with an item that showed up on a clip that Tax Hedron posts on Twitter or something. You could be in like a quote retweet and tell him, "Look, that's me," or something like that. Like that was actually you that did that to DSP.
What is happening? I have no idea what's going on. I can't tell. I was like, dude, I was doing well. Look at this. I was doing well. Now I'm in 14th. I can't do anything. What was I supposed to do? What exactly did I do wrong? Absolutely nothing. I'm done. I was doing well. That's hit 14th. Great gameplay, Nintendo. Great fucking job. Seriously. You really made a great game here. How am I still getting hit? I'm boosting, and they're faster than me. I'm at maximum speed boosting with the fucking gold mushroom, and they're faster than me and overtaking me. Yeah, this is complete bullshit. Fuck this game. I'm at literal maximum speed. Pass him, pass him, pass him, pass him. How the fuck are you passing me? That's the fastest you can drive. What the fuck? What did he have that hit me? Well, again, dude, 2 in a row. 2 in a fucking row. Nothing I could have done. It's over. All right, I'm in the finals again. 3rd time of the night. What the fuck? I pressed jump and it dropped it. Are you kidding me? I'm done now. It dropped my jump. I'm completely done. I'm in massive last place. They gave me fucking regular mushrooms. Wow, this game is fucking ass. So I got fucked. I was grinding. I jumped to the grind. It dropped the jump because of the wireless controller, and I fell, and that was the end. I had no chance. That was insanely lame. You've got to be kidding me. I don't know why the game does that. What am I supposed to do? Everyone has an item. Oh, I got a fucking red shell. Here comes the invincibility. 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 I can't beat it when you give everyone behind me the god tier items. I can't stop them, you fucking dumbass game. What do you want me to do? I did nothing wrong. I'm playing well. Oh, you'll get hit by 3 items in a row and you're eliminated. Well, you can kiss my hairy fucking ass.
Hint, hint.
I feel like give it like 10 years, he's still gonna be the same. 20 years, probably the same. I don't know how long he's gonna be doing YouTube content and streaming and such, because like knowing him, he probably would do it till the day he dies because he just really wants that views and monetary gain. But at the same time, I feel like even he would have to stop at some point, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Or maybe he's just immortal and he'll just outlive all of us until the Earth blows up, and the entirety of the time it'll just be him complaining about whatever game came out. Alright, let's go back and play some. We're gonna finish the route. No, not finish the route. We're gonna see how far we get before 4 minutes because I do wanna. I mean, 4 hours because I will stop there. I'm surprised I talked this much in a stream, but I'm happy for that. But I do need to rest my voice after all that. So we're just gonna do that much. It's gotta have like no retirement plan or any money saved up. Bro's gonna be kicked out of his house when he's old. That's gonna be sad. How is he gonna pay for all that? You expect like $10 to pay for his house? Nah. And the sad reality is it's gonna be like that for a lot of my. It's gonna be like that for a lot of my. Nah, I wouldn't really say neutral. It's just more people I know. People I know on Twitter and such who talk about their current lifestyle. They are not ready for what's gonna happen to them when they become old because everyone always complaining about how they have like no money when a Steam sale shows up and it's like, dude, you're not I'm hoping you're saving for long term because that's gonna get you in the ass when you become old. At least me, I have some money saved up and I do have I do have my sisters to help me out too because I also put in my share for them. So it's not like I'll be handling that sort of thing alone, but I can't say the same for others. I feel like they put themselves in that bad spot, they don't even realize it. Unless they've been saving up money, in which case they're good. Saving is the number one life hack I recommend everyone having something saved up. Pretty much, yeah. Like, you won't have this type of money forever. You will get too old to do things in life. I mean, you get to that point, what do you do after that? You can't keep working because just can't. You don't have it in you. You should be retired by that point. You shouldn't be struggling to survive. Or at the very least have family members who help you out, but some people aren't that lucky and some people are just that stupid with wasting their money like that. Anyways, let me put this up and then I'll put up the game really quick. Here. Let me see. I could probably finish this route if I'm good enough with my luck with status ailments and such. So let's keep at it. I said Rixie would be close-ish to level 39 by the time I finish this round. It seems like that might be the case. I could see her being level 36 by the time I get out of this place. Assuming that she survives every encounter. I love confusion. Greatest status element to ever been conceived in a video game. I don't know if like SMT is the first game RPG series to implement something like that. I feel like Dragon Quest might have done it. Well, I love it when that shows up though. Oh yeah, the Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion tier list. I never actually finished that. Um, I get to just cap off the other specimens. I think the dolls are gonna be like C tier because they're kind of annoying to deal with when you have other specimens chasing you because sometimes they'll just spawn in front of you and get in the way. They're not hard to avoid because their hitbox is a bit smaller than you would think they would be, but they are one of the few specimens who can hit you pretty fast if you let them, so it would be advised not to let them gang up on you, but in the off chance that like you get walled by them, you can just hit them with the axe to move them slightly. But other than that, they're not that bad. D tier just because like they're annoying, but nothing else makes them remarkable. The hooked doll would probably be a B tier simply because its gimmick is intriguing enough to make it a bit of a threat, especially when paired up with certain other specimens. So like Hooked Doll's gimmick of making the screen darker than intended can actually could throw some people off if they're not prepared with memorizing what room they're in. I know that you can like look a certain direction to not see her directly, but you shouldn't. On her own, she's not that concerning, but the fact that you can't see where you're going in some areas and having to like position your camera a certain way so you don't see her could be a thing in itself. Especially if you get like specimens that you have to look at and a hooked doll just happens to be in the general vicinity of where that specimen is, that could be a bit scary, but I haven't run into that problem. I'm sure I will soon enough, but it's just something to think about. And for Mr. Woomy Charles, he gets A rank because I think I like him on a design level and a conceptual level, and he seems to work very well in Endless for what he does. He's lanky. He's a physical entity whose lanky body can block off hallways, so you have to effectively know how to kill him off to actually get him out of the way. And it is rewarding when you do so because walking up to him and trying to get the hit in is not easy, especially since it takes him a few frames to actually hit you, and he does a fair bit of damage each hit, so it can be a bit of a scary approach, especially with how fast he moves once he notices you. Like that guy dashes towards you, it's crazy. Otherwise, he patrols a lot of the rooms that he's in, and usually he'll spawn in front of you, but sometimes he'll spawn at the entrance of where you are, so you shouldn't be that concerned if he does. He's A ranks for another reason, which is just that he synergizes well with a lot of other specimens because of the fact that he's fast and can act as a wall. Like, I've already said my case on Dear God and Movie Charles being a scary combo in practice because of how much of an intriguing synergy they have with each other. And obviously, let me check something. And obviously, the clown. The clown deserves to be a triple S tier. He is the GOAT. There is no arguing with that, man. He is like if Otto the Otter got his own tier in the bottom list, the clown gets like the highest tier possible. Like he gets his own tier. He's that goated. Cause keep in mind, like he's a specimen that can't hurt you. He's just there to vibe. And the nice thing about him is that he still constitutes as a specimen. So like, even when he's paired up with other specimens, that's one less specimen you have to worry about. The only time he would ever become slightly annoying is if you go to the 50-50 room and you happen to get to the wrong side of the room. But even then, like, you just go around the clown, that's it. Other than that, he's just there to vibe. Yeah, maybe after this. Maybe after this stream, I'll actually put together that tier list, and I'll post it on Twitter in like the tier list, or in like gaming channel or something in your server PK, so you could admire it in all its glory. Me having to sit there and contemplate where everyone goes. If I don't get one Spookillion likes and one Spookillion retweets on that Twitter post, I'm gonna be sad. I spent so long working on that. One Spookillion purple beacon reactions. I gotta like, if I ever figure out how to put emotes into like my Twitch channel, maybe if I was like an actual Twitch streamer and I got that privilege, I would just out of obligation, I'll just make one of the emotes the purple Pikmin emote because there's no other better emote out there I wouldn't use. I'm almost out of Poke points, I have to go back. Yeah, I'll go back to heal. I'll mad dash into future so I don't have to actually consciously go back to the routes like this just to heal up. And I might as well get someone who knows cut for the sake of having it. You know that I'm thinking about like the emotes I would choose for the stream would probably be pretty funny. Like in some aspects, it may not even be related to the actual channel that I have. It could just be a bunch of funny emote images that I thought was funny enough to have. I would argue I would treat it more like how I treat Discord emotes, but that's probably a different topic entirely. I don't know if I ever decide to put channel points into this kind of thing, I'll just put one redeem for people to pick, and for like I don't know, 1,000,000 points, I'll do something absurd. I'll have to think about what absurd thing I would even do for 1,000,000 points. Like some guy out there had to be so dedicated to my channel that he'd have to save up 1,000,000 points just for that weird redeem. Did I give you code by chance? No, but I could give it to you. Why do you miss Rixie? Why did you do this to me? I I hate you, Double Team. My worst enemy. Right up there next to Confuse Ray. Iron. Now. What do I use it on? Oh, that's wait. Oh, I guess before we end stream after I finish the route, There is one little thing I can show off that is just kind of a precursor of what you should expect from this ROM hack, because I have to re-emphasize this is one of the earlier type of ROM hacks that managed to innovate on certain things that later ROM hacks would take full advantage of. And we talked about last stream regarding how I could save the highlights I keep in stream or in my Twitch account. Apparently, Twitch has an option to just let you download the highlight directly instead of having to go through extra means. So I'm kind of glad I noticed that as soon as I did. So it made posting it on YouTube a lot more consistent than what I've read online. I guess I was right on my mark when I suggested Rixie could be level 36 to the end of this. Because I actually just be levels 37 to 38, even 39. Alright, so where are we right now? Oh, we just crossed our marker line. Let me see if I could bypass a lot of these guys. I'm gonna go over to the little area just so I can show you a sneak peek of what the ROMhack has to show for us. And then we'll heal up in Fuchsia City, and then we'll call it. So, it's not like this game is just a straight ROM hack of Fire Red Leaf Green where everything's just replaced with Touhoumon. There is a good size of Toho characters that were added into this ROM hack over the years, and they needed opportunities for players to catch them. I have said that, like, things like the base game and such, when talking about Touhoumons in particular. So, you're probably going to be thinking, where would you go to catch a lot of these guys? And an easy answer to that is just all of the at the point of them developing it was all the new areas they added that they were able to integrate into the game. This was still early development stuff, so it's not like people refined it to the point where they're able to get like updated maps with the locations on full display. Because if I were to go to my map right now, let me see here. Oh, I didn't actually pick up the map from the sister, my bad. Oops. But I went into my map, a lot of these new areas wouldn't show up on it. So you kind of have to remember that these were there in the first place. I had said something like this all the way back in my first stream of this game, when I got to... No, probably the second stream, when I got to Mount Moon. There are locations that you won't have access to and some that you will. But a lot of the locations are post-game stuff, while others can be accessed in the base game, like this one. Or at least I think this is an area exclusive to Toho. I know some areas are, and those could be the ones that were added in. But anyways, this is an area you could go to catch certain Bonacas if you wanted. I don't think one of the ones I want is in here, though there are the couple that I would probably consider, just for the sake of having them as a novelty. Let me see if I can get the items that are in here at least, but there are options for you, so it's not like it's entirely voided of interesting content. There are like new things here you can check out. And by the time we get to the end of the base game, it's gonna be fun because I can show you what the meat of this ROM hack is really like, because it gets very, very interesting. If there's one thing I'll say about this place, is that if you go to the water and try fishing there, or probably surf, I think it's surfing, there is a Bonica that spawns in called Iku. And the interesting thing about Iku is that she has a 5% chance to spawn in with a rare candy. She's the only Bonica that can do this. And this was added in by the new ROM hacker that filled in for the old one. So that person added it in so that players had a way to grind experience candy without having to go through the hard effort of grinding money for that kind of thing. So if you wanted like some incentives to get easy leveling, you could do that. It takes forever though, but it is something you can do. Incidentally, if you go back to Route 3 or Route 5, one of the two, go back to one of the earlier routes, and I can't leave. That's perfect. Go back to one of the earlier routes. There is a Bonica that you can find relative chance called Tui, where there is a 5% chance Tui will have Unlucky Egg as a spawn. And this was added in from the new ROM hacker because it's another way for players to get easy experience. Because one of the things that they complained about with the current versions of the game was that it was too hard to get experience after a certain point, so they figured this would be a good incentive for you to get that. Gonna raise her up health a bit so she won't die. Alright, we need serve for the rest, so I'll come back to it way later on. Oh, I can actually catch Rin here, so that's cool. Forget what I said about the Cinnabar Island thing then, because you want like an optional a fire type Bonica to have on your team. Rin's not a bad choice because if you evolve her normally, she gets Beast Fire and has access to Intimidate as an ability, so you lower their attack and you can still deal good damage in return. So it's a good trade-off. See if I could catch Rin here. Let's see if we can heal up. Alright. So I think that's it for today. I didn't exactly finish off the route, but I will do that in due time. Just not right now. I think that's been the most I've talked in a stream, and I'm kind of glad for that. So I'm hoping that it spells good things for the future, since it means I get to talk more often. We'll see what happens. We just here, and we'll call it. So I'll make that tier list. I'll make that tier list soon enough. And we'll I'll make the tier list. Just do some other things after this. Next Wednesday we'll continue the same as always. And we'll see what happens. It's gonna be a great time of that, I'm certain. Thanks for sticking around for this long, PK. You're the best. Don't know how you're able to do 4 hours of this, but I guess work is one thing, so there's that. Glad you were here. Listen to me ramble about stuff. I gotta sign off now, so hope the rest of your day goes well for you. Talk to you later. We'll do this stream again next time, and it'll be great. So, see you later, man. See you to anyone else who happens to be watching this.